Ayo. Huh? Huh? All right, that's the stream. Hope you liked it. Hello, Pigeon. What's up, everyone? Don't talk to me about chairs. You don't want to do this again. Don't talk to me about chairs. We don't want to do this. Chat, we don't want to do this. Don't talk to me about chairs. Okay? When are you buying a sword? Why would I buy a sword? Extra Life is about to be blacklisted? From where? Blacklisted from this one subreddit? Just the sub? The Baldur's Gate 3 sub. Yeah, Tempest. Hold on, let me just nip this in the bud. Ah. Ah. There we go. Ah, purity. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to talk about chairs to me. Oh, no sympathy. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. Na-na-na-na. What is Fextra Life? Fextra Life is a video game oriented wiki that is trash. The content on the wiki is trash. It's full of misinformation about the games they talk about, and it basically all just exists to get ad revenue for their Twitch channel. Basically, they host here. Look, Fextra Life, Elden Beast, because this is one of the most infamous bits of misinformation. Look, if ever you go to a Fextra Life thing, in the top left, they host their Twitch channel, which is why if you go to their Twitch channel, they always have like 20,000 viewers, and there are like 2 people in chat. You know, so it's a way of boosting ad revenue. It's pretty genius. It's good for business. Don't get me wrong, but also fuck them. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like everything was a bit too high though. Unrelated to FetLife, right? As far as I know. Bernie Sanders giving foreign policy take in the US and China. Oh, dope. Why the fuck is the faucet on? Vermin turned the goddamn Slurpees on. Hold on. Do you know when Fextra moved over to doing that? They've been doing that for years. Like years and years and years. The US and China must unite to fight the climate crisis, not each other. That is true. Stop talking about chairs. I'll start handing out real bans if you try to circumvent the my fucking back hurts. Every time I look in chat and see people talking about, I'm reminded of it. Don't talk about the embody, don't talk about the Aeron. I don't want to go through 70 fucking ban terms, okay? Jesus Christ. What about seats? Was this just flat out written by Bernie? That's nice. I wonder, like, how much of an intermedium there is, right? Like, people ghostwriting or whatever. I mean, this is all true. It is definitely true that, oh man, you guys, like, literally cannot help yourselves. That is crazy. China and India are huge problems for the climate crisis. Though I think that, like, given its situation, China is doing better than we are. Like, China is uses a ton of coal and is constantly increasing its coal production. But they're also doing a lot. Dude, are you guys? Wait, no, like for real. Actually, what is wrong with you guys? It's like over 100 people now. Seriously? Are you guys actually retarded? Isn't China bigger than the US in green energy now? Hold on. Greenhouse gases per capita, China versus USA. Excuse me. There's far less carbon pollution per person in China, but I think that if you scale it to, like, the average level of wealth and development, China is worse than we are. Like, of course, we produce more carbon per person. We have a much higher standard of living than the average Chinese person. So it makes sense that there would be an increase in the use. However, there is stuff that China does that helps a lot. You know, their high-speed rail, limiting car permits. Why do we side with Pakistan and not India? What do you mean? Yeah, did you guys hear about that shit with Pakistan, man? What the fuck? What's going on? Like, unironically. Dr. Arif Alvi, as God as my witness, I did not sign Official Secrets Amendment Bill 2023 and Pakistan Army Amendment Bill 2023, as I disagreed with these laws. I asked my staff to return the bills unsigned within stipulated time to make them ineffective. I confirmed from them many times that whether they've been returned and was assured they were. However, I have found out today my staff undermined my will and command. As Allah knows all, He will forgive IA, but I ask for forgiveness for those who will be affected, or from those who will be affected. So, apparently, the president of Pakistan is accusing possibly the army, possibly his staff, for forging his signature on a bill. What is going on? What are these bills? Pakistani president denies signing new pro-military laws. Uh-oh. Critics said would undermine dissent and enhance authorities' power to prosecute people for acts against the military and national security. Huh. The Pakistani parliament passed the bills in questions just before it was dissolved on August 9th when its official term ended. The bills required the president's signature. Are we doing a coup? Are we doing like an actual coup? Guys, a coup in Pakistan would be a huge, huge deal. Like, that would be really bad. In response to the president's comments, the Ministry of Law and Justice disputed his assertions and accused him of purposefully delaying the approval of the bills. It is a matter of concern the president has chosen to discredit his own officials. The president should take responsibility for his own actions. Okay. I'm pretty sure that the president is telling the truth here. Why would he lie about this? Like, how does the president in any way benefit from signing these bills into law that had already been passed by Parliament, and then saying, like, and then like undermining his own staff by saying, like, how does he benefit from that at all? That would make no sense. Yeah, it makes him look weak. It doesn't, yeah, it doesn't serve his interest. It doesn't serve anyone's interest. The bills Alvi referred to in a statement make it a criminal offense to reveal information detrimental to the security and interests of Pakistan or its armed forces. They also empower intelligence agencies to conduct raids and detain civilians even based on suspicion of legal breaches. Nice. Because politicians lie? No, that's like a low IQ answer. Yes, politicians lie, but you need, like, they lie in part of broader schemes. There are reasons for it. It's not, like, things don't just happen, you know? I don't think the president of Pakistan is like a habitual liar where he just randomly says shit that's untrue. Pakistan has had multiple periods of military rule. It's very likely they would do so again. The last junta gave up power in 2008. Pakistan's intel agency is also notoriously rogue. Really? Is that true? I don't know that much about Pakistan. Hold on, wait. Is this guy like more of a dove when it comes to India? At least by Pakistan standards? Oh, holy shit. This dude's got creds. While studying at De Montmorency College of Dentistry, he became an active member of the student unions. He became politically affiliated with Islami Jamiat Talaba, a student wing of Jamiat-e-Islami Pakistan, and went on to be a president of the student union. During his early days, he was a critic of the Ayub Khan regime and was shot twice while participating in a protest in 1969 at the Mall, Lahore. A bullet still remains lodged in his body. God damn. That's some cred shit right there. Oh my god. Wait, is this guy actually kind of cool? I really don't know that much about Pakistan. A little cool? Slightly? Not much about him here. Is Modi cool? Modi is not cool. I mean, like, at the moment, in the engagement between India and Pakistan, my impression is that of the two evils, Pakistan was slightly better. But if they're going to do a fucking military coup in Pakistan, then we go right back to square one here. Aren't Pakistan and India, like, constantly at the edge of war, way worse than Polish are towards Russia? Yep. India is, like, fascist at the moment? Yes. Well, Modi is fascist. India, I struggle to call India the nation fascist. Modi is a fascist, but India is not as institutionally entrenched, and it's not, I don't think there's enough, like, control by the government to really make India the nation fascist. It's a big country. So I would say it's led by fascists, or at least a fascist. And there are elements of fascist institutional power, but the nation as a whole is pretty big. Don't they support terrorists in each other's country? Oh, they do a lot more than that. Like America? Well, guys, think about it. Back in 2016, or 2017, Trump is a fascist. I would say that, you know, but I wouldn't have called America a fascist nation in 2017 just because Trump became president, right? Like, the leader is a fascist. The party in control is fascist, yes. But they had not yet done the level of institutional deconstruction that I think would justify calling the country fascist. Indian food is delicious. That is true. That is true. Pakistan did commit some genocide. Yes, that's true. I'm talking about, like, currently Pakistan and India. I think India has had their own fair share of, you know, Kashmir region shenanigans, but yeah. On Saturday, the Federal Investigation Agency arrested Shah Mahmood Qureshi, who is standing in for Khan as the PTI leader. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Citing the amended law, the agency accused him of exposing official secrets and harming state interests while serving as the foreign minister under Khan. Wait. Who is Khan? Imran Khan. He was the former prime minister up until April 2022. He was the guy who was ousted. Wait, did they force through this law just so the intel agency could fucking arrest this guy? Was this like a quick push through just so they had a legal excuse to do this arrest? Khan was arrested before this? Yeah, and this is the stand-in for Khan as the PTI leader. He's like the Pakistani Trump-like person as far as I'm aware. Huh. Man, my throat is killing me. Imran Khan was the PM of Pakistan. He was majorly popular. He was ousted and arrested recently with U.S. involvement. Okay, wait, let's learn more about that. Let's learn more about this. You did walk around the smoke yesterday? Oh, yeah, the air quality here in Seattle is dog shit. That probably fucked up my throat a little bit. Hold on, I have a fucking inhaler to help with coughs. 1 second. I'm not doing an inhaler on camera. All right, back at it. Amid a constitutional crisis, Khan became the first prime minister to be removed from office through a no-confidence motion. Oh my god. Charged under anti-terror laws after accusing the police and judiciary of detaining and torturing an aide. What was the constitutional crisis? Al Jazeera article on his ousting. My throat is killing me and I don't know why. Interviewed by Vice, please watch. I don't know if this is copyright. I think this is copyright. Yeah, probably it's Vice. Vosh snorting adding on stream again. Wow, that's a great joke, dude. If you scrolled up, oh man, the chat is full of blue lines, unlike the previous 8 people who made that joke. What is with you guys? You know what? I'm not even looking at chat today. Closing the feed. You guys have been nothing but annoying. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. This is my stream now. Literally, I look over at chat to get some info on the side, and the first person I see is, why is your icon a TV monitor or something? What is going on? What is going on? Okay. 3-year sentence, been barred from politics for 5 years after he was convicted of corruption charges by a court in the capital Islamabad last week. He denies the charges and says the action against him is aimed at stopping him from contesting elections expected later this year. Huh. God damn it, this all seems really complicated. The conversation, according to the report, took place less than 2 weeks after Khan visited Moscow on February 24th, the day Russia invaded Ukraine. The US and Europe were quite concerned about Khan visiting Russia and Pakistan taking an aggressively neutral position on the Ukraine war. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay, guys, question. I'll open up the chat again for a second. Can you explain to me, why would Pakistan side with Russia in a geopolitical conflict when Pakistan is A, a US ally, and B, mortally opposed to India, which is largely aligned with Russia geopolitically? They need oil. It's always oil, man. Fuck knows it's complicated. I also don't understand this. Isn't India part of BRICS too? Well, BRICS is kind of a fucking joke, right? Like, Russia's economy is more or less collapsed. They just have oil exports, and that's it. China's economy is robust, of course, and so is India's to an extent. But then you have, like, Brazil and South Africa? Like, what are they doing there? Like, Brazil's current leader, Lula, is, well, I wouldn't call him a U.S. ally. You know, he was, his presidency was supported by the Biden administration, you know, in terms of providing him support against insurrectionary attempts. And for South Africa, like, South Africa isn't like a fucking Russia ally. It's more complicated than that. The situation with Khan is unconstitutional bullshit designed to keep him from being in office. Basically, the U.S. government had a huge role in having him arrested through their deep ties with Pakistan's ISI. Okay, so what you're saying is that the party that Khan represents and Khan himself are both feared by the U.S. government because the U.S. government wants to keep Pakistan a U.S. ally. So we are complicit in the arrest and detainment of him and the members of his party. India is very much not pro-Russia at all. They're very pro-West now. I mean, they took a neutral stance on the Ukraine war. That's something. Now Russia's economy has gotten stronger over the last year, actually. What? Russia PPP. Well, I found this chart, but it only goes to 2022, which doesn't tell us very much about the effects of the Ukraine war. Also, I think it's worth noting that, like, the reason why Russia still has an economy is, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but it is overwhelmingly through oil exports, right? Like, they don't have a robust economy in terms of, like, any kind of institutional or infrastructural development and any kind of advanced, like, even in production, like, even in manufacturing, they're weak. They're getting their shells from North Korea, you know? It's just they have a huge amount of territory and a lot of oil. Man, this hair quality is killing me. And natural gas, yes. You know, I don't like clearing my throat like that on stream. Yeah. Ruble versus USD. Yeah, it's not been good for Russia. There was a a huge drop in the value of the ruble right as the invasion happened. And then Russia did a whole bunch of, like, internal controls to try to pump up the value of the ruble, and about doubled, more than doubled it. But since then, it's been on the decline because those controls can't work forever. Look at the Russian interest rate. It's hard to find data that goes... Woo-wee! Sorry. 12%? God damn! Is this video on the subject?
Bank took action to support the struggling ruble on Tuesday. It hiked its key interest rate by 350 basis points to 12%. The move comes after the ruble fell past the 100 threshold against the dollar on Monday. On the same day, President Vladimir Putin's economic advisor Maxim Oreshkin criticized the central bank. He blamed what he called its...
If it was 12% in the USA, bankers would kill themselves. Yeah, if interest rates ever get up to 12% in the USA, run down to Wall Street, because you'll be able to like loot the wallets off of the bankers that have thrown themselves from the penthouse windows. You know, that's basically like the alarm bell that there's free money piling around the financial district of every major U.S. city. That's wealth redistribution. It's almost 12% in Florida. The interest rate? Or do you mean inflation? We're talking about interest rate.
Soft monetary policy for weakening the ruble. Hours after Oreshkin's public criticism, the bank announced the emergency meeting. Analysts largely agreed the move would not have a long-lasting impact, particularly as the war in Ukraine drags on. The Russian economy has been hit by Western sanctions and soaring military spending. Yevgeny Nadorshin is chief economist at PF Capital.
The problem is that the instrument which the central bank has chosen is not the most efficient in the...
Can you explain why high interest rates are bad? Oh, man. Okay, so... basically, interest rates are raised as a way to curb inflation and, like, control the value of a currency. And the reason for that is because if interest rates are high, oh man, this is, fuck. I know like the gist, but I don't know enough to be confident in speaking on it. Yeah, my understanding is that you raise interest rates to control spending and try to like tighten the belt of the economy, basically. And like, yeah, like right now in the UK, it's at like 5% or whatever. And that's pretty bad. Like, hold on. USA Fed interest rate chart. Give me the chart. Give me the chart. Here we go. Over here, it's at 5.25 right now, I guess. It's been changing a lot. They rose it because, so this is part of the inflation thing, right? Or they want to, like, cut down inflation, so they raise the interest rate to make, like, control spending and stuff. But for, like, I mean, after the 2008 submortgage financial crash or whatever, they tried to keep it really, really low. If you, basically, if interest rates are really low, it's a lot easier to borrow and make big purchases and big investments, because if you borrow $5 bajillion and you're like, man, how much will I owe you in 1 year? And they're like, oh, you'll owe us $5 bajillion and one. And you're like, oh, great. But if the fucking interest rate's 10%, they're like, oh, you're actually going to owe us $5.5 bajillion. And I say, whoa, 5.5. Whoo, dilly. Whoo, dilly. Whoo, dilly. And then you don't buy stuff, I think. That's my understanding of the issue. Okay. Borrow from whom? Don't the banks set their own interest rates? It's like a floor. It's so they're different. They can set their interest rates, but a lot of stuff goes to the government, and a lot of stuff is like the floor, because the banks also rely on the federal interest rate for the dealings. Oh man. Guys, I'm sorry. I admit to my ignorance here. I know there's like a whole thing here. We'll do like a research stream on it. I want to know more about this stuff. Yeah. Yeah, the banks borrow from the government too. So the banks don't want to go off of interest rates lower than the central bank because that way they'd be losing money on the cycle of cash that gets. Yeah.
Short term as I see it right now. But yes, it looks like it was enough in order to set a barrier around 3-digit exchange rates. So the market no longer tries to attack it. And yesterday the dollar passed below, it slipped below that on the news that the central bank intends to intervene. But we don't see much of a success. In the morning, there were movements towards like 95, 93 rubles per dollar, but this ended up pretty quickly.
The central bank last made an emergency rate hike in February last year with a raise to 20%. It then steadily lowered the cost of borrowing to 7.5% as strong inflation pressure eased. Since its last cut in September, the
20% interest rate is like fucking insane. That's absolutely wild. Dude, you couldn't afford to invest in opening a fucking lemonade stand at those rates. Jesus Christ. You borrow some money from your bank to like set up some wooden planks to sell lemonade, and then when you go back to the bank the next day, you owe them like 1/4 of the economy of Russia.
The bank had held rates before an eventual 100 basis point hike to 8.5% at its last scheduled meeting in July.
Institutionalized usury. By the way, I want to be clear, okay? Usury, as in charging interest on debt, literally everyone does this, including Christians, which is why it's like, oh man, we can't do usury, so let's just find another religious group who can do it, and they'll do it. Haha, we don't do it, though, even though we rely on these institutions and need them, and the banks rely on them, and the kings rely on them, and haha. Like, it makes, like, usury is like a nasty term that people say when they're trying to, like, dog whistle or, like, it's spooky or whatever. But in reality, like, obviously in any system where money exists, if people are borrowing money, you want to have an interest rate on it, unless it's in very, like, specific circumstances. Like, if you want, like, no interest for a certain time on, like, a student loan or something, some crap like that. But for a bank, like, for a private institution, obviously they'll charge interest, because otherwise they don't have a business model. Christians didn't do usury, but they still had banks and just took fines instead of usury. Okay, well, yeah, all right, you know, potato, potato. Please read Islamic Banking and Finance. What the fuck is this? WikiWand? What is this? So what? Is this just the concept of, like, loaning without interest or whatever? You know, that exists. Like, even in America, we do have, like, federal loans that are done without interest under some circumstances. It's not, like, a super specific thing. But if you want to make money off of banking, like, obviously...
The next rate decision is due on September.
Islamic banking be like, find the local Jewish guy. As step number 1 of usury-free, religiously certified banking is find a Jew. Step number 2 is blame them for the things you ask them to do to keep your financial system afloat. Yeah, exactly. Fantastic.
September 15th. Annual inflation is now above the central bank's 4% target and speeding up. Russia's widening budget deficit and a labour shortage have contributed to rising inflationary pressure this year. But the ruble's quick slide from around 70 against the dollar at the start of the year to more than 100 on Monday pushed the central bank to act. The bank blames the ruble's slide on Russia's shrinking current account surplus, which is down 85% year on year in January to July.
Holy shit. It's kind of crazy how inflation is killing us over here in the US, but also inflation is worse in, like, every other country on earth right now than the US, you know? Like, the Inflation Reduction Act that Biden put forward worked. Like, look, it worked. Again, I'm not like some econ magician. Hold on, it's hard to find current data. Here we go. Yeah, inflation was up at like 8%, and it's gone all the way down to 3.2, and normally you want inflation to be in like the 2 to 3 range, usually. But like every other country is doing worse, basically. Like UK inflation rate 6.8% in July 2023, and it was 8% the month before that. So they're doing a lot worse. Look at that. It is going down over there right now, but god damn, dude, 11.1. Look up Czechia. Inflation rate. The inflation rate for consumer prices in Czechia moved over the past 30 years between 0.1% and 20.8%. Wow. When you have very serious people managing your economy, when you there's just a bunch of clowns like in a clown car that drive around Czechia like bonking people with toy pin hammers or something. Jesus Christ. What's the current? Right now it's down to 8.8%, but apparently earlier this year it was 17.5%. That's insane. That 17.5%. Dude, holy shit, man. It's fucking ogre. How can anyone afford anything? Check out Turkey. Yeah, Turkey's down at a yearly low right now of 47%. Your country is dying, man. What the fuck? Denmark looks healthy, down to around 3%. Do France? Okay, okay. Hold on. All right, France is doing better. They're still at 4.3, it seems, but they've come down to a more reasonable. Do El Salvador? No, we're not doing every country on Earth. Nice, Mr. Irwin. You want some level of inflation in order to encourage people to spend rather than to save money. But like, I don't think this works. The thing is that like poor people don't save money because they can't save money. Even middle class people barely have the ability to save money anymore. Um, the people who hoard money are the ultra wealthy, and they're going to do that whether or not inflation is high, you know? And inflation being high doesn't usually cook the wealthy that much because the cost of goods and services goes up, but they're the ones who make the money from the goods and services. Inflation doesn't fuck over the ultra wealthy that much because all of the excess capital that people are spending on the increased goods and service prices go to them. You know, the system of inflation directly benefits the bottom lines of the corporations that they profit from. It doesn't like automatically increase the wages of common workers. Yeah, never forget that right as we were hitting the peak of the inflation crisis, we were getting non-stop news reports about how corporate profits have been hitting record highs. Look at this. Corporate profits hit record high in third quarter amid 40-year high inflation. Like, it doesn't affect them. It benefits them. The inflation, the money goes to them. $2.08 trillion in corporate profits. That's corporate profits, not corporate revenue. Impressive. A lot of those profits are made in stock buybacks. Yeah, stock buybacks used to be illegal. Not anymore. Florida inflation's so bad it's an outlier. DeSantis is so cooked, man. Can you believe how quickly everything fell apart for him? In less than a year, he went from, like, the terrifying, like, fascist ghoul rising up in Florida, and now he's like a joke to the entire GOP, and Florida is crashing. It took, like, no time at all. Yeah, I shouldn't have fucked with the mouse. What is it at right now? 9% inflation rate in the Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach area. God damn. More than double the national average. Reminds me of when we looked at the rent prices in Florida. Florida's rent prices have increased drastically since 2020. Florida's average rent showed a percent increase of 45.77% from March 2020 to March 2023, amounting to a whopping change from $1,459 to $2,127 per month. God damn. Is the price of rent included in official inflation figures? I'm pretty sure it is. It represents, like, the worsening value of the dollar. Excuse me. I'm sorry, Velabel. They should move. It's so bad in the UK, around 1 million households are going to get evicted this winter. 1 million?
Hey guys, it's Asher. Yesterday
Whoa!
we found out that UK inflation remained at 8.7%,
Okay, you can't just link a 15-minute video.
which was a lot. 8 of previous increases. The increases came in. The increases now are slightly lower, but they multiply. Governor of the Bank of England. But the problem with money that is free is that if ever the money stops being free, the shock of the cost increase can be extremely bad for the economy. So now, when people's fixed-term mortgages run out, their monthly payments will go up by 60 to 70%. And that's if they're lucky and they can get a new fixed-rate mortgage, because to get that mortgage, they have to pass affordability checks. But
All right, I'm bored now. Yeah, something UK, something Britbonger. Every time I'm dismissive of the problems of British people, people in my subreddit get mad at me, and I think it's really funny. Wasn't there a debate that I wanted to look at? I don't remember what it was, though. I'll think about that later. Human pet guy? No, I don't want to go over that. That's just a crazy person debate. That's just a crazy person debate. What substantive commentary could I possibly do on that? Yeah, it was stupid. You know what he looks like, right? Why can I not see his face? Human pet guy face. Here we go. Holy shit, he has his own Know Your Meme page. God damn. What political opinions do you think you're going to get from a guy who has facial hair like this? Now, I will admit, I think this is based as fuck. Because as we all know, real power is committing to the bit. And he's committed to this bit about as hard as any human can. So I respect that. However, apparently he's like a libertarian monarchist. I don't fucking know. He's something. Please just like 10 minutes for Keffel's solidarity. Well, then it's not even content. He defends the Bengal and Irish famines all in 1 hour. I mean, I feel like someone who looks like this has to defend the Bengal and Irish famines because he looks like one of the people who would have been perpetrating them. Like, yeah, obviously he defends them. He did them. Like, what do you mean? I think you should watch it because his apologism was very good. He's not an idiot like a lot of the rubes you get. I'll think about it. I have talked about it, King Jar Jar. What is chat on? I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm in a bad mood because my back hurts and I have to keep clearing my throat because the air quality in Seattle's dog shit. But like like chat is being so annoying today. I have no idea why. But I love you, Bosh. Yeah. What other debate you were thinking of? Well, yeah, it wasn't this debate. It was some other debate. Didn't somebody else debate somebody? I thought I had saved it in a watch list, but I can't find it. No, not Sam Cedar versus AJW. Dylan Burns debating Larry Sharp about Ukraine. Was that it? Dylan? Why would you just say Dylan? Why would you Dylan what? What Dylan? Dylan it's not a debate. One person isn't a That's it. That's it. That's it. You all did this. We're reacting to the Keffels thing and I'm playing Minecraft during it. You did this. I'm just gonna build my little house. You people are fucking insufferable. Wait, where the fuck is the debate? It's not on Keffel's channel. Does Keffels have multiple...
I don't like...
channels? Yes, Keffels does have multiple channels.
Honest?
That's crazy. I have multiple channels. Why are you so cranky today? You're being annoying. Hold on. How do I do this again? It's like picture in picture, right? How do I do this again? Okay. I normally have that there. Okay, wait, hold on. I remember there's a specific setup for this. It's that, and then picture in picture. Then you move the picture in picture over there, but you can't obscure it with another window. Wish I had 3 monitors. That'd be nice. If you obscure it with another window, Then it stops working in OBS for some god-awful reason. I have no idea why. I have 4 monitors. I don't have room for them. Alright, hold on. We haven't done this in so long. All right. This is the decision optimized to make you all the least annoying possible. So hopefully it works. And after this we'll do the Elon Musk thing. You got to get yourself one of those mount. I have both. I have 2 of those. The monitor arms. We'll still try. I know you will. It's from Pathologic Professional Autist.
Honestly, I think I might just call it. I mean, I am exhausted. Cybersmith is here? Okay, wait a second. Cybersmith, what is your Discord? I want to talk to you. Your Discord is just Cybersmith? Okay. I have sent the friend request. I have to change the stream title, I guess. Why am I having an unprompted conversation with the human pet guy? I'm not doing that. That's a stupid idea.
That's how I feel.
I'm just gonna end the stream. Good night, everyone.
Where's my fucking...
Why not?
Where's my mouse?
Okay, fine.
Wait, where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? Why? Wait. Why can I see my mouse in the OBS window, but not on my actual monitor? It's not on my monitor. I can see it in the OBS preview window. I've never seen this happen before. This is a completely new... I guess it won't be an issue as soon as I get into the... Will it? Will it have a custom cursor as soon as I'm actually in the... No, see, the cursor's not here. It's a coding error? But, I mean... It's a common issue with Minecraft and OBS? Why? Will restarting fix it? This is so scuffed, man. Holy shit. I'm already getting annoyed again. I just said, like, oh, this is the decision that will increase the likelihood of me not getting annoyed. Whatever, man. Game was made in Java, Vosh. You're lucky that your computer isn't on fire. Yeah. That's a deep hole. Okay, we're just doing the thing.
Hello.
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 I did want to, because I actually don't know much about you. And I was actually curious. Why do people keep calling you the human pet guy?
Oh, that.
Wait.
A few years ago.
Every time I pause, I'm going to have to close out Minecraft because it does the thing. Wait, hold on. Is there a way to make it so that Minecraft doesn't fucking tab out when I click off of it? Don't you have a stream deck? No. Windowed mode? Love not being able to see my mouse cursor. Where is that? Where? Full screen on. Okay. What? Where's borderless windowed? Optifine? What is Optifine? Just full screen off, then full size the tab? Dude, that's gay as shit. Now there's a fucking bar at the top. What do you mean? How do you guys play like this? Press F11. That just full screens it. Everyone has a mod that fixes it. Oh, right. I'm sorry. I forgot. It's Minecraft. So substandard fucking construction can be substituted with the understanding that their autistic fucking fan base would supplement it with 80 mods when having full screen borderless windowed is like a default feature in games that have existed for decades. My bad. I completely forgot. Install the Optifine. I will ban you. I mean, you play Total Warhammer 3, you should be used to this. Total Warhammer 3 has borderless full screen. Vosh about to end stream. I am unironically considering it. Holy shit. The simplest possible thing. I can't see my fucking cursor. Whatever. Whatever. Just let me out of here.
Now, I made a thought experiment in an ethics debate, and people took it out of context. It would be like calling Schrödinger the hat poisoner, or calling Jonathan Swift the baby eater, because of a thought experiment.
So wait, you don't even... So you don't actually have a human pet or want a human
Couples is
pet,
also
but it was
playing
like a
Minecraft.
thought experiment and people just rolled with it?
Yeah, it was a thought experiment. I wouldn't have room where I'm currently living for human pets.
But you don't want one, or you wanted one?
I think that's outside the scope of this discussion.
I see.
Good answer.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, fair enough. I was actually quite impressed Gremlo never brought that up, but it seems that any time I discuss politics with people, they seem to want to bring that up. But I had a discussion with Gremlo recently in which he didn't bring it up.
I mean, it's an interesting part of who you are. I mean, like, whenever I talk to people, they ask me fucking insane questions. There's a lot associated with who I am.
I guess what you are most associated with, I guess in general, would be your your backstory with Kiwi Farms, and more recently you accused Mommy Big Dick of having committed sexual assault.
Oh, yeah?
But that's the thing. A lot of the content you've done is other left-wingers cancelling you. Or you cancelling other left-wingers. I just say, honestly, are your core values so incompatible with the right that it wouldn't be worth, crossing the aisle?
Oh God, is he trying to recruit her?
You'll get more done. What you'll be doing will be different. You may be perhaps advocating for a return to feudalism instead of whatever it is you currently advocate for, but you'd be able to get more of that done because you wouldn't constantly have to worry about people cancelling you.
I mean, most of the people who go after me are incapable of canceling me. Like, they don't share an audience with me. The people who they engage with will never resect me. And a lot of them I don't even consider to really be on the left. Like, I definitely wouldn't consider the Chinese government a leftist government, or people who support authoritarian governments.
Does he understand the concept of people having principles, beliefs? I actually don't think that's as common as a lot of people think it is. Like, we saw this with Anna Kasparian, where somebody on Twitter was like, you'll just side with whoever gives you praise. And Anna was like, you're goddamn right I will. And it's like, wait, is that an own? Are you like, wait, is that you doing an own right there? Like, what are you talking about? I think for a lot of people, it never will be anything other than lunch table politics. Like, their political allegiances are almost entirely determined by who treats them nice and like nothing else. So people like, I guess the human pet guy here or whatever, will be confused and they'll be like, well, you know, the left treats you really bad, so why be with the left? And like they don't understand the concept of having values, or it's very strange, you know? I mean, I guess it's not strange, it's pretty common. You know, it's not strange in the sense that I don't see it often. It's just not good is the thing.
What do you mean you wouldn't consider? We're talking about Red China, yes, not Taiwan. Red China. Of course, they're left wing. Their main political party literally has the word communist in its name.
Right, but what makes them left wing? Is it just a self-identification thing?
Well, that's clearly part of it. I mean, you're transgender. Don't you believe in self-identification?
I feel like when you're talking about political orientations, there needs to be substance behind it. I don't think it's
all right. They have a plan. They have a centrally planned economy. They've outlawed pretty much all other political parties. They've heavily suppressed traditional religious practices in favor of mandating a state.
Actually, they've really walked back on that. In line with their recent shift towards more like overtly fucking Hitler shit, they have the Chinese Communist Party has done a lot more promotion of like traditional because if you'll remember, the Cultural Revolution was all about Mao like weaponizing a bunch of angsty college students to destroy all the uncool shit their mom and dads really cared about. You know, that was like the whole point. And lately they've been completely walking back on all of that. I'm sure Mao was like rolling in his grave or whatever. Sag.
A state materialist, or what I would consider essentially a state religion that is materialist in its outlook. It makes no claims of extra material properties, but it is, I would argue, religious in its nature. I would say all of those are extremely left-wing principles. They manipulate their own currency to an extreme degree. You know, we do that to some extent too, but nowhere near as much, and I wish we did.
Notice how not a single thing being talked about here has anything to do with communism.
Right, but you believe in, you're a monarchist, so you're not necessarily against authoritarian governance.
I am a reactionary libertarian monarchist, and I will tell you this, if you look through history, most monarchic governments have been far less authoritarian than republican governments. If we look at France, the republic that succeeded the monarchy carried out far more political killings, was far less tolerant of individual freedoms. We saw the same thing in Russia. We saw the same thing in China. The idea that monarchies are inherently authoritarian is just untrue.
What?
The most authoritarian governments in history have been Republican governments. If you look at Britain, the history of Britain,
right, but
the most dictatorial leader in our history was a man named Cromwell. He was not a monarchist. He, in fact, killed a monarch and took over as a Republican leader. He was the Republican leader, and that's. Oh, well, at the time they used the word Commonwealth, but that's something people tend to forget. Britain used to be a republic, and it was a dictatorial republic.
Okay. Right, but like
I don't think the idea that you've made, where you say
the king
don't you like authoritarianism?
The king is covered by sovereign immunity. Like he cannot commit a legal wrong. He's immune.
So right off the bat, I don't have much experience debating monarchists, but I think I already see where this wagon is circling. The first thing to understand is that when you're talking about like, well, is a monarchy bad? Is it like more dangerous or whatever? We're not like the way the person obtains their power is irrelevant, right? If a nation is controlled by a single individual, it really doesn't matter whether they got there through hereditary right, through divine appointment, through whatever. It's like we're talking about a one-man, like ruled government. So the question is, what incentive structures does this allow for or lead to? Like, what are we building here in reality? Yeah, because Cromwell was a dictator. It's not like Cromwell was some kind of like, he uses the term Republican because Republican is like the great enemy of monarchists, right? But it's not like he was like a fucking Democrat or whatever. It's really just a matter of authoritarianism and the incentive structures put therein. It's an aesthetics thing, you know? If I'm ruled over by like a one-man party or leadership or whatever, I don't really care whether they got there by blood right or by having a bloody coup or whatever else. In fact, you know what? I'm actually going to agree with one thing said by the human pet guy. I will agree with one thing said here, which is that by manner of just pure stability, the reason that we as a species settled on monarchies for so long as a default form of governance is because having a hereditary bloodline to determine who came into power next was a stabilizing force. You wouldn't have as much question as who comes next, though certainly people still fought over it, of course. So if you're going to have, like, a one-man leader anyway, if you're going to have a Stalin or a Hitler or whatever the fuck else, fuck it, do it by bloodline. It's easier than whatever other system you're going to use. At least that's simple. It's a little bit less ambiguous. Obviously, I would prefer there not be a dictatorship. That would be great. But if you're going to do a dictatorship, you know what? Fuck it. Have it be a king. You know, but I'd prefer no dictatorship.
From civil or criminal proceedings. That is authoritarian.
Yes. Do you not have the exact same thing for your government? In fact, you have more than that because.
What do you mean, my government? I live in Northern Ireland. We have the same king.
So, then what are you complaining about?
What?
Complaining about the fact that they're immune from the legal system.
Yes, but the exact same thing happens under Republican governments as well. That's a basic principle of separation of powers. And in fact, I would argue that republics are often go further than that. If we look at the United States of America, for example, which is a republic, we can agree, a democratic republic, in fact, a constitutional democratic republic, Hunter Biden is functionally immune to prosecution.
Oh, man. If I had, like, a bingo checklist for this, it would not be monarchist complains about Hunter Biden. Holy shit. Yeah, dude, an absolute monarch having complete immunity to the law is exactly like Hunter Biden not getting arrested for the crime of having a meaty cock or whatever the fuck he did. Jesus Christ. His girthy 9-incher is immune to the law. You claim to defend the principles of democracy and the Republic, but this girthy meat bat's not seen 1 ounce of justice. No, sirree.
Just because he's related to the current president.
I feel like this could easily be disproved by looking at Trump right now.
Oh, boy.
Notably, he's not president anymore. They didn't do this to him while he was president. Being president functionally made him immune to this. They're now doing it to stop him from being president again. Why are they so desperate to throw all these prosecutions at him? Because they know they'll have to stop if he becomes president. So you have explicitly a legalized political system in that country where those in power are immune from prosecution, those out of power are subject to prosecution whether or not they've done anything wrong.
Notice how he's also describing, even if he was correct in his descriptions, notice how he's describing the parts of our society that we want changed. Like, well, your system also has, like, powerful people who are immune to the law. You know, like how Donald Trump is really, really, really difficult to throw in jail despite all the obvious crimes. Like, okay, yeah, we want to change that. He's saying we should double down on it. Like, this guy's saying, yeah, you know how Trump is, like, immune to prosecution? We should have more of that. In fact, Donald Trump should have been a lifetime ruler. He should have been a hereditary monarch with the power to just completely, like, you know, like, just execute people trying to prosecute him. Like, oh yeah, man, that sounds great. That's a huge improvement on our current state of affairs. Thank you.
And I see your chat talking about impeachment, but your chat are ignorant fools because impeachment explicitly is not the same as being convicted of a criminal offence. Bill Clinton was impeached for raping Monica Lewinsky, but he doesn't have to join the sex offenders registry. He didn't have to go to prison or be fined. He doesn't even have a criminal record.
He didn't rape Monica Lewinsky. Wait, is that the accusation? Wait, I thought this was just, we're talking a little hanky-panky here. We're not... I think it was, you know. Yeah, his impeachment was for perjury because he lied about it, not because he got a blowjob. Which, you know, whomst amongst us.
even though it was found as a result of that impeachment
Right.
that he was a rapist.
Him finally getting prosecuted is the result of actions that started
Glusko.
while he was still president. The wheels started moving long before what is currently happening.
The wheels don't take 3 years to turn, let's be honest.
So yeah, this is all a rhetorical. Oh wait, hold on. This might actually be a really good debate to go into. So this is all a diversion because remember, human pet guy isn't like attacking the problems with our system. He's saying that these are inevitable facts of leadership that we should just accept and lean into. So like what you have to remember here is he's not like successfully criticizing democracy or whatever. He's saying, hey, you know how there's corruption? Well, since there's corruption, why might as well have infinite corruption? Like, okay. All right. I don't know if I'm convinced by that argument necessarily. I don't know if that's doing it for me rhetorically. And the idea that we have no accountability to people or for people in leadership is absolutely not the case. Like Donald Trump is 100% sweating right now. If he was a hereditary monarch, then he never would have left power to even like be given the opportunity to be legally charged for his crimes. Nixon had to resign because he feared the legal and political ramifications for Watergate. Like it's not, you know, it's not like a one and done thing. Corruption exists, but it would not improve under a monarchy. I think a lot of people don't know because there's not that much point in learning about this kind of history because it's like, you know, old history or whatever. But I think a lot of people don't understand how cartoonishly corrupt, ineffective, and buffoonish old monarchs were. Like, because all we hear about like a couple of monarchs or whatever, but one of the most famous monarchs that we Americans learn about is King Henry VIII. And the thing we know about him is that he started hundreds of years of conflict by breaking off from the Catholic Church purely so that he could fuck more women. And like that's repping monarchy, you know? But like it goes worse than that. I'm pretty sure that he was considered like not even to have been one of the craziest and worst monarchs of England. Like it gets pretty bad. Anyway, I'm talking for a while.
See, I
They're
don't
doing
agree
this
with you.
now because they want to impact the upcoming election. Let's be honest, it doesn't take them 3 years to prosecute someone.
Yes, it does. It takes quite a long time to actually get the legal system to do anything, regardless of who it is.
Fuck off.
It doesn't seem to when it's just some ordinary person committing some ordinary offence, or allegedly committing some ordinary offence. It didn't take them nearly this long to go after, I'd say that Kyle Rittenhouse bloke. I'm pretty sure it took them a lot less time than this. So the idea that they had that it simply took this long, no, they wanted.
What? Yeah, because the facts of Kyle Rittenhouse's case were like direct interpersonal violence of which there was video evidence, and for Donald Trump, they're trying to determine like a nationwide conspiracy. And there was like a year in between. Yeah, why would he go to Kyle Rittenhouse? He probably defends Kyle Rittenhouse. I need more wood.
To do it now because now is when they think it will impact the election most. So the idea that the sovereign immunity of the monarch is a bad principle or a bad idea is functionally any system has to have that. If you don't have that, then you can't have meaningful separations of power.
See, he's
you
like,
can't
this is
have
good,
the
actually.
judiciary be independent of the executive and the executive be independent of the judiciary unless the judiciary is unable to prosecute the executive. If the judiciary can prosecute the executive, then there's two possible outcomes. Either the executive takes control of the judiciary or the judiciary becomes sovereign over the entire system. There's no meaningful separation of powers when one branch of government can just throw the other branch in jail.
This is completely incoherent. That's not how it works. But he's an authoritarian, so he probably doesn't understand that. He's saying basically like, oh, well, you know, if you don't make the executive immune to legal consequences, then the judiciary will just always fucking put them in jail all the time because they're not always politically aligned. And that's like absolute nonsense, obviously. It is possible to have a functioning government where people disagree and aren't, like, abusing the law to be at each other's throats all the time. But he's an authoritarian, so he probably doesn't... Oh, Jesus. He probably doesn't, like, recognize... Damn it. Alright, we gotta get back down there. Got a mission, folks.
You have to have the executive be immune to the judiciary. No system has ever functionally managed to avoid that. That is the functional reality of any system of government. If you want a separation of powers and multiple co-equal branches of government, you can't have any one branch of government directly exert its authority upon another.
But
and as the authority of the judiciary is to find people guilty of crimes, it cannot be able to do that to the executive. Otherwise, it would be placing itself above the executive, or the executive would have to take direct control of it. Because that's
the
only
King
way
of
they can
England
avoid
has the
impossible.
power to dissolve Parliament.
Yes, he does.
I
He
don't.
does not have the power to pass laws, though. He could dissolve Parliament, but then the moment he wanted to get a new spending bill passed, or he wanted to authorise new taxes to raise an army, he'd be forced to allow Parliament to reform. It's a series of checks and balances, not an ability to exert unilateral punishment on it. Notably, he can't stop someone from running for office again. If he dissolves Parliament, what does that mean? It means fresh elections are called. If the same people win their elections, he doesn't get to say, no, you can't run. He could threaten to indefinitely dissolve Parliament, but then he'd never be able to get any laws passed.
Right. I don't understand how you're trying to argue that a monarchic system is not inherently an authoritarian system.
Because plenty of monarchies throughout history have been significantly more free than many republics. Why do you think monarchies
That is
are
a
inherently
fallacious argument.
authoritarian? And if you do think that, why would you have left a republic to come and live under a monarchy?
I never lived in a republic. I'm from Canada. I lived in a monarchy and then I moved to a different monarchy.
Okay, well, hold on, wait. Let's not pretend that England and Northern Ireland and such are monarchies. I know that we like to say that as like a flippant turn of phrase. You know, like, oh, because they have a king. Like, no, that's not how their government works. The monarch still has power. They don't have no influence. But let's not pretend that, like, the central mode of power in, you know, in these countries, like, this is a system of a monarchy. Like, no, the decision-making is done through the republic. You would be surprised. No. I'm not saying that the queen has no power, or king now, whatever. I don't give a fuck. I'm not saying the monarch has no power, but, like, let's not pretend that the apparatuses of this country, the decision-making that is being done, is the decision-making of a monarchy. Like, that's how this is all working. Like, come on.
I don't think Canada had a monarch as head of states.
We have a
during
king,
their
the
lifetime.
King of Canada.
That's just a constitutional monarchy? No! A constitutional monarchy is a system in which the monarch is making the decisions and is bound by a constitution. Okay? The decisions that are made in the UK, in Canada, in such and such, are not decisions made by the king, okay? The king is just off touching little boys. That's what he busies himself with. Like, do not, please, let's not, like, literally pretend that, like, what system of government does the UK have? Oh, they're a monarchy! Even though all of the decision-making and power meaningfully is held by the PM and the such and such.
Is he still? I thought you guys got independence in 1982.
Well, we're still a constitutional monarchy. We have the Queen on our currency. We have the royal anthem.
What's up, dude?
We are part of the Commonwealth.
I'll let you stay down here.
Oh, so you are.
Yep.
Okay, so you did. So you left one monarchic government to go and live under another. Why not go to live in a republic?
Well,
Say the Republic of Ireland. You had two islands you could have gone to. You chose to go to the monarchic one.
Well, you know,
Bum, 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 bum.
it's not to say we'll always be monarchic here.
No, you will be if you know what's good for you.
Whoa.
What?
I try and stay out of the politics here because I don't want to brick through my window, but you know,
Yeah, that's. Do you know what's generally cut down on the window bricking? The fact that there is a non-partisan head of state. Do you want?
well,
an
there's
elected
actually
head of
currently no at least in Northern Ireland, there's no head of state because they can't form government here.
That's head of government you're thinking of. Head of state is the monarch.
Right.
So that's exactly. Do you want that level of dysfunction to also extend to the head of state? Given how dysfunctional the government in Northern Ireland is, would you want that level of partisanship to extend to the head of state as well? The big benefit of having a monarchy, one of the big benefits, is that you get to have a non-partisan head of state.
I mean,
I think a very good thing to do.
The UK is in an abysmal place compared to even the Republic. Leaving the EU, Brexit was such a mistake. They have seen like
Why was it a mistake? Our people voted for it. We had a direct referendum.
and
Why would he care about that? What? Why would he why would his ideology care about whether or not there was a referendum on that particular issue? I like I've said before, it's like the innate incoherence of authoritarians, you know? Have you ever noticed that like authoritarians are some of the most populist LARPy people out there? Like, there will be like people openly saying like, we need to get rid of like the rule by majority, blah, blah. And then like you look at their politics or whatever, it's like they just completely believe in the suspension of democracy. It's like, what do you... But then they're like screeching about how like the people rose up for this or something. I think a lot of people, it's just kind of like the cuckold brain of the authoritarian, where they all want like to be parented. Does that make any sense? I think a lot of them are just weak-minded, and they just want like a daddy, basically. They want a king because they want like a big daddy to look up to. And I mean that. I genuinely mean, like, I really do think that's like a primary motivator in their decision making. They're weak and they want like an icon to look up to.
all of the polls that have come out since then have shown that people would not vote for it again because of the economic turmoil that's resulted from it. It's also caused like the reason why there's no government in Northern Ireland is because the Unionist Party is mad about the Irish sea border that resulted from Brexit.
That is the price of living in a democracy. People sometimes
What?
make decisions that are unpopular, but that
What?
is...
Wait, what? Brexit was good because it was voted for by popular vote. Well, that's the consequence of a democracy. Sometimes you get stuff that isn't popular. What? Again, like, no actual ideology. Like, no real belief.
I would argue a direct claim, a direct counter-argument.
Also, I
against
thought
the
it was a
idea that
monarchy, not a
monarchies
democracy.
are undemocratic. You have this wonderful tool that can boost the amount of democracy if there's ever not enough of it, and it's called a referendum. You don't need a democratic government. If you want people to have a say, you can just put the issue directly to a vote.
I mean,
In fact,
yeah,
you could make a solid claim that we're more democratic than many countries.
because you can do
that are
referendums in republics as well.
Vosh, people are monarchists because they believe the nobility are intrinsically smarter, better, and more capable of them. Oh, I actually disagree with this. I think that was the case before, but now I think that people are monarchists because they believe that they are smarter, better, and stronger than all the peasants beneath them, and that under a monarchy, a person like them would be in charge. They look at the government and they disagree with decisions being made, and they think, if someone like me was in power, the world would be so much more sensible, so much more safe, so much smarter. Now, a lot of them understand they wouldn't literally be the king or the nobles or whatever. Like they don't believe. Some of them are that delusional, but not all of them. I think most of them understand they wouldn't be. But they think like, okay, maybe they wouldn't be the guy in charge, but the guy in charge would be, you know, like them, and that's enough for them. That makes them think like, oh, okay, well, as long as I got that, it would have all been worth it, basically. And I think this guy is one of those guys, right?
How often do they do? They almost never do, though. You talked about China. When has China, Red China, ever had a referendum?
Red China.
When has the USA ever had a referendum? How often do republics have referendums, Kethels?
What? Wait, what? Referendums are held at a state level. We have state level referendums all the time. Like, constantly. Why does he insist on saying Red China? Because his, oh man. So, obviously, it's in a completely different way, but this guy has a destiny brain, where one of his primary motivators for political engagement is the reaffirmation of his feeling of intellectual superiority over others. Now, Destiny can talk his way around this guy for sure, no doubt about that. This guy has to rely on the British affect. He has to rely on the having a monocle, you know, and like that bullshit. So he says Red China, and he deliberately uses anachronistic terms to describe his ideals because he's trying to evoke that aesthetic of aristocratic intelligence. Of course, China went red, in the 50s, and by that point, republics had long since taken over the West, but, whatever.
I think they almost never do.
When do republics have referendums? The most recent referendum that I can think of in a republic was in Cuba on the most recent constitutional reform, and that was in 2019.
There are referendums,
but I feel like there's quite a few examples of republics that do referendums. 2022 Kansas abortion referendum.
Kansas is in the USA, but it's a state there. Is Kansas itself a republic? Is there a king of Kansas?
Is there a king of Kansas?
Yes.
I understand that it's part of the USA, which is a republic, but is Kansas? But individual states are allowed to have different
I am the
types
king
of
of
governments.
Kansas.
Is Kansas itself a monarchy?
I do not believe so, but it does have a governor, so it does have its own independent government.
Yes. So how does the governor take power? Does he ascend to the rank of governor when his father dies, or
why is that the ideal outcome? I think that's my biggest question. Why is a governance based on bloodline ideal?
There is no such thing as an ideal government when we're talking about humans. There's only the least worst or least dysfunctional. I think it's ideal because it protects the organs of the state from partisanship. You don't want every system of the
You're sneaky. I caught that Winston Churchill quote.
Partisan.
You found me out.
But yes. But what was it? Democracy is the best form of government. It is the worst form of government, except for all the others that have been tried from time to time.
Yeah,
and you could always count on them to reach the right conclusion. That they've tried all the others.
Yeah, I definitely would not take his opinion seriously, though, considering his part in the Bengal famine.
There we go.
Okay, Bluestone is saying the Constitution forbids titles of nobility. Governor is not a title of nobility. If he was calling himself the Duke of Kansas, yeah, that would be a problem.
All right.
Also, famine.
The question was just about referendums. No, the United Kingdom under Winston Churchill was exporting food while there was a famine in Bengal.
While there was also a world war.
Well, India was under colonial rule by the United Kingdom. The monarchy has served such a horrendous role in world history.
Would you prefer the India that existed before colonialism?
Yes, actually.
Which one?
Which one?
There was no such country as India prior to colonialism.
Okay.
Technically speaking, there really wasn't after colonialism because it fractured into India and Pakistan. If it had been perhaps a little bit more honest and called itself and said India fractured into Pakistan and Hindustan, which is what some people had called.
Wait, are you defending British colonialism right now?
Well, of course he's defending British colonialism, but he's doing it incoherently. What the fuck is he talking about? It's like, oh, well, how can how can you say that British colonialism was bad if before British colonialism, India wasn't even what India is today, but India today isn't even what India was then because it's fractured into India and Pakistan. So, like, well, he's not saying anything. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. What does that mean? What? I also liked his implication that the Bengal famine was just like a totally natural, unintended thing that happened due to World War II, like economic exports, like, you know, millions of people dying was just like, oh, well, they needed the food, you know? There definitely was no, like, deliberate fucking famine there.
Yes.
As a net
Keffals,
positive,
yes, I am.
how do you justify that? Like,
Why does India have a parliament?
why does India?
What do you think its system of government was before we came along? And the answer is it was no one system of government. India
Okay.
only became a single unified state.
And why
with
is that
things
the
like
preferred?
parliament.
Why is a single unified state the preferred?
I like how he's implying that the British Empire did a favor by unifying the territories that would later split into India and Pakistan. Like, oh, well, if it wasn't for us, then how would those two groups have been lumped together? What are you talking about? That's the source of every problem. This isn't just like colonial apologism. This is like a British dude pointing at a map of the Middle East and going, and if it wasn't for us, then how do you think these lines would have gotten here? How do you think, if you claim to have a problem with the British Empire, do you? Well, then explain to me, chap, how would we have gotten Afghanistan in this exact wibbly-wobbly shape? Could you tell me that, lad? Because it certainly wasn't like that before we got there. What? I know. What? That's, yeah, I know. If it wasn't for our involvement in the Indian subcontinent, then how could we have expected to have procured what is now one of the most deadly ongoing standoffs between nuclear nations? How would we get Pakistan and India threatening to nuke each other every other day? Could you tell me that, chap? What? I don't want that. I don't think that's good. Go back.
Position for India. That was
Because if
something
it
that was
wasn't, there would be
imposed
no-
on them.
There
That
would be no
wasn't.
such country as India.
Okay.
Gandhi's dream of a we should have today a free India would literally have been impossible to implement before colonialism.
Because they wouldn't
He'd
have
had
called
to
it India.
get every individual principality to agree to it, and there's no way they would have, because it would have required
Right.
those individual princes to give up way too much power. And if we're being honest,
Was there a political movement towards a unified India before British colonialism even?
no.
Then why is that something that matters if that wasn't something that existed before post-colonial India even existed?
Because if you're going to celebrate the Indian nation, say, oh, the Indian nation should be free, there couldn't be an Indian nation without the British colonialism.
No. What? You can't celebrate people's freedom from colonialism if the colonizers imposed the national boundaries that they later were subjugated to, that later fractured and split apart and caused the India-Pakistan divide in multiple wars. Holy shit! Is he fucking retarded? No. What? This is ideology. Schniff. His first belief is that the colonial powers were good. Everything else comes second to that. So it doesn't matter how much evidence gets in the way of that belief. That is the belief that he has. So everything else is like completely subject to that, you know? And it makes sense for a monarchist, you know, he rejects Enlightenment values. And one of the Enlightenment values that he probably believes he has in spades but doesn't is rationality, a belief in empirical evidence. You know, he's rejected what many would consider to be the primary social value of the Enlightenment, but he's also done so with the primary empirical value. I feel like being pro-colonialism is automatically kind of retarded. Well, yes, but I only mean to say that the problem here isn't like lower brain functionality. Tempting as it might be to assign it to that. It's just, you know, people do be wacky.
Right, but that's something that was imposed on them.
Yes, much as how the idea of a central British state was imposed upon us by the Romans. We were several smaller microstates until Rome came along. The light of civilization is often spread by the sword. It's unfortunate, but...
Oh, you know this dude loves his fucking, his Crusader Kings, dude. Holy shit. in his mind, like he's carving a marble statue of himself, dude. Holy fuck. He's a stereotype. Yeah, Hearts of Iron 4-ass motherfucker, yeah. I like how he assumes the innate moral superiority of, like, centralized states. Like, having one gigantic state rather than a bunch of smaller ones. Why? I don't know. Hey, guys, here's a question, you know? If, like, the Red Chinese invaded Europe and then conquered all of it and like, melted down the 30 or 40 European nations into one or two mega nations, would that have been the light of civilization? Like, oh, okay, so now Albanians and Serbians get to... You're part of the same state now. Congratulations. German and French, have fun. Polish and Russian, let's go. Of course he wouldn't, because he likes it when white people get to dictate the terms of existence for non-white people, not the other way around. This dude's 100% racist. Like that's pretty obvious, of course, but, you know, it bears repeating that this is not like an a-racial attitude.
Very often there's no alternative.
No, there is an alternative, because you're making it sound like the project. You're making it sound like the project behind colonialism by the crown.
Is this a unitary dictatorship versus federal democracy? No. Listen, the consequences of a colonial nation deciding the borders of a colonized nation are, like, almost always a failure. Like, every time. Seriously, what we did in Africa, what we did in the Middle East, what we did in Southeast Asia, what we did in India, like, literally every time the British Empire, whoever else, is like, oh, well, all right, chaps. So, we know you have a bunch of religious, ethnic, and linguistic differences, but you see here, there's the same natural resources in all this part of the world, so we're just going to sort of fold you all into the same colonial protectorate, and you're all going to get along just fine, won't you? Won't you? Won't you? Won't you? And then, of course, inevitably, people rise up and kill the fucking colonizers because they've been slaughtering 1 billion trillion innocent people every year. And then, whoa! It turns out that all these different ethnic and religious groups actually don't like each other that much. Something you'd think the British would understand, considering they've been at war with France for 5 million years, you know? Like, you'd think they would understand that just because you're next to another country does not necessarily mean that you're, like, going to share borders with them and get along just fine. But one thing that's important to understand, of course, is that the British did not think of the Indians as properly human. Nor does this guy.
Was bringing civilization, but it was about extracting resources from the colonies.
Can I just address someone in your
yes,
comment,
of
Mr.
course.
Carlin Cole? Genocide was good, actually. What makes you think colonialism was genocidal? Colonialism has not been, I would say, generally genocidal. There's one major instance I can think of a colonial government committing genocide, and that was Germany in Namibia, where it genocided
the Bengal
people.
famine was an act of genocide committed by the government of the United Kingdom.
That's going a bit far, I think.
It is recognized as a genocide by the government of India.
I respectfully disagree with the government of India.
Based on what? Like, what are you basing that on? Like, are you actually going to defend what the British did?
Of course he will. Yeah. He'll defend
Ireland?
like literally anything. Yeah.
They didn't bring. The reason why the political situation is like it is because of the British. It's not because of the Irish. If you look at the Republic, it is significantly more peaceful than the North.
That doesn't seem entirely fair, isn't it? A lot of the separatist movements were founded by people down south.
Well, why do you have separatist movements?
To become monarchic, but the South is calling for the North to become Republican. The South is the one not willing to leave well enough alone.
That's absolutely not true, by the way. Separatist groups have been operating within and from Northern Ireland for ever, basically. The idea that it's all just like nation of Ireland rabble-rousers is completely untrue. But again, he probably also thinks the Irish are subhuman, and that the Irish living under Northern Ireland UK control are like totally like they're all just like peaceful cattle, you know, grazing on their plains, you know, under British rule.
No, the call for joining the Republic is happening from inside the North. I don't think there have been any modern statements, at least since the peace process, of calls from the Republican government of the Republic of Ireland for the North to join them.
They literally do have that that saying, was it they want all 38 counties? Or is it all 32 counties? That is quite a popular Republican saying there. And furthermore, that whole, oh, we're not directly trying to annex them, we're just funding movements in their country that want to do that. That's also what the CIA does.
How do
Vladimir Putin does.
You can't annex somewhere that doesn't belong to you. Like, that was taken from Irish people. You can't annex them.
What was taken from Irish people?
Ireland. Ireland was taken from Irish people.
No, it was rightfully conquered. Hundreds of
Rightfully conquered?
This is okay. Remember how I've said before that white supremacists will play this really weird semantic game where they will decry non-white people as savages and warlords and barbarians who know nothing but violence, and then like they'll gleefully explain how Aryan people or white people or whatever have a right to some part of the world because they successfully fought for it. And it's like it's this meaningless rhetorical game where like they clearly don't mind violence, but violence they do is based in red-pilled, and violence that non-white people do is like evidence of their warrior craniums being incapable of civilized thought or something. It's the exact same attitude here, you know? He's like decrying the incivility of separatist movements being funded by the South, but then with no irony, he will say, ah, well, we didn't steal Northern Ireland, we conquered it. It's like, wait, so you think it's wrong to fund separatist movements, but right to conquer with, like, a nation? That's fine? And the answer, of course, is whenever it's his guy, it's fine. No, yes, he is... Huh? Why am I getting hit by? He is wildly overstating the extent to which Southern Ireland is responsible for separatist agitation within the North.
There is no such thing as rightful conquest.
Of course there is. If you shut down all rightful conquest in history, well, we never would have been conquered by the Romans, and you still wouldn't have civilization in Britain.
Dude, we're never getting through this because this guy drops a banger every, like, 2 seconds. Sorry, guys. If Rome hadn't fucking conquered Britannia 5 billion years ago, we still wouldn't have running water in the UK. That's how it works, actually. The only way to ascend up the tech tree is to have a larger country colonize you. It's literally the only way. If that hasn't happened, then you're stuck with shitting in fucking outhouses for the rest of your life, lad. Man, these skeletons. Holy shit, calm down. Does anyone else feel like skeletons are really annoying? Like, the zombies and everything else, that's fine. But you always have to have a shield, because otherwise, like, you're fucked down here, you know? So you can't, like, have torches in your left hand, which I'd much rather have, rather than having to switch all the time. What difficulty are you? Hard. But, like, it's... Oh, and then you have to, like, fucking worm your way over there, under the barrage. Yeah, that's why African states conquered by the British are now wealthy industrial superpowers. Yeah, true, exactly, yeah. Of course, because they were colonized so many times, and that's what brought them civilization, you know? Like, Zimbabwe is doing fantastically after Rhodesia. Bosh, when I played Minecraft, there wasn't a shield. Yeah, but I think skeletons were less aggressive back then. Am I correct in thinking that? Because when I originally played Minecraft, there was also no shield. It's new to me. And I think they were less aggressive back then, because otherwise I think, like, it would have been, like, fucked. Like, yeah.
How far back are we going to take this? Did Romulus not have the right to kill Remus?
What? Jesus
Did the Greeks
Christ!
not have the right to attack Troy?
No, I'm not going to take this all the way back to ancient Rome.
Why not? No, if we
Why
have a
not? Because I
recurring
think it's a
principle that
distraction
conquest
from
is
recent
morally-
issues. I think.
Well, did conquest? Oh, did some magical button get flipped in the year 1900, and then conquest suddenly became wrong?
No,
Or was
because
it
you
the year
can't.
1800?
No, because you can't flip a button.
Well, then why is it? When did it become wrong to engage in conquest? Keffels?
It was always wrong to engage in conquest.
Then we can go all the way back to ancient Rome.
Yes.
But
If
what
you
does
take
that have to
as
do with the
attitude, we'd all still be
situation
living in
between?
caves.
Yeah, okay. So again, this guy has cuckold brain. So because he projects himself as part of like a long lineage of glorious fucking Hearts of Iron 4 civs or whatever, like because this guy thinks entirely in the board game Risk, he thinks like, well, you can't say warfare is unethical. If you do, then you'll have to say that the glorious progenitors of our civilization are unethical. Yes. Well, you can't do that. Why can't we just say, like, hey, history is made up of a great fabric of people doing good and bad things, and this is a bad thing, and it's had a lot of influence on how the world is today, but that doesn't mean that it's morally good. Like, things can be morally bad and influential. There's nothing inconsistent about believing that. Ah, have fun. Thank you. But then he doesn't get to idealize his daddies. I just think that he thinks of himself as, like, maybe not necessarily, like, a bloodline, but, like, an ideological line of enlightened gentle sirs who understand that the world is a grim place, and he has to do what he has to do, and what must be done, and these peasant-brained individuals cannot comprehend the moral necessity of killing 5 bajillion Indians in the Bengal famine or whatever. Yeah, it's like a guy who reads Warhammer 40k books, but takes them, like, seriously. No, it literally is that. Yeah, this would be like the kind of guy who would read like the books and go like, you know, yeah, the Imperium does what it does to defend mankind. There is no other way, and like be like the worst guy to meet at the game shops. You know what I'm talking about, right? Boobin, you having fun with my phone charger? Oh yes, you are. Yeah. This is what spreads the light of civilization. Baby. Beep. Yeah? Yep. Right on my cheek. He better enjoy kicking my cheek while he can. You know I'm down 8 pounds since 2 weeks ago? Must be a lot of water weight. I'm down to 222. I haven't been this light in ages.
What does that have to do with the situation between the monarch and the people of Ireland? I think it's just a distraction from the question at hand.
The question at hand is, do you want their entire system of government to be as dysfunctional as the part that is currently elected?
The government here doesn't even...
Wait, is he implying that the King of Ireland is like doing all this super competent shit, and then it's like the elected government is fucking everything up? Like, or like in the UK or whatever, like you look over and like the fucking British Parliament, oh, they get nothing done, which to be fair, true. And then on the other hand, you look at the king, and the king is like, oh, the king is like the shining exemplar of leadership, and totally not like an inbred retard pedophile.
Even exist. It can't form. That's how dysfunctional it is. At least in the Republic, they have a government.
It's easy to look competent when you don't do anything.
That's better.
But you're a monarchist. How can you be a libertarian and a monarchist? I don't understand.
The same way you can be a libertarian and a Republican. The form of a government and the extent of a government are two different things, and generally, historically, it's monarchic governments that have been less
But the point of government under monarchy is to take power away from the crown and to make the system more democratic. If you apply libertarianism to a monarchy, you just get absolute rule under the crown, don't you?
No, you don't. The purpose of the government is not to take power away from the crown. It is to share power with the crown, to manage
How is that
events.
How is that meaningfully different?
Jibber jabber.
Is the purpose of the Supreme Court to take power away from the legislature? No, they are two co-equal branches. Do your lungs exist to take oxygen away from your heart? No, they are two co-equal organs.
Ooh.
That...
So this is another okay, a bit of sociology cred here. When people use analogies like that, it's a gigantic fascism alarm bell. People use the body politic like semantically, but when people start making actual comparisons between the government and like functions of an organ, it speaks really heavily towards like old fascist rhetoric. There's a mode of sociological analysis called structural functionalism, which is for cuckolds. And the basic gist of it is you analyze things based on their purpose and presumed purpose within a system. So a structural functionalist might look at police brutality and say, well, the reason why police engage in police brutality is because the law does not give them enough leeway to accomplish their jobs within the normal purview of behavior, so they have to act brutal to protect us. Like, structural functionalism is basically assume this thing has a reason to exist for itself. Now give it that reason. Like presuppose the justification. I'm being a bit uncharitable here, but I don't give a fuck because I fucking hate this mode of analysis. And it's really, really common with conservative thinking because it's all about status quo warrior defense shit, where it's like, oh, well, this system exists, so it must exist for a reason. This guy keeps doing it over and over again. Oh, colonialism exists. Well, it must exist for a reason. And what he's doing right there, the idea of like the body politic being like the organs of a body or whatever, like the legislative and executive or whatever. The reason that's a big alarm bell is because it presupposes not only like the mutual dependence of these systems, but the innate existence and need for the existence of these systems. Does that make any sense? Can you understand how it's a little bit more essentialist to go like, oh yeah, the Fuhrer isn't just our leader, he is the heart of our nation, much as the, you know, the Schutzstaffel are the, like, you know, red blood cells of our nation. Like, you're not only like doing analogy, you're folding it back into like we're all the same blood. And that does fit pretty well within fascist rhetoric. I don't think this guy's actually a fascist, though. I think he's ideologically incoherent, so he's going to occasionally dip into fascist rhetoric while he's doing, like, monarchy apologia. It's complicated.
Both have to function for your body to work. Just as the King and Parliament are two co-equal governmental organs that must function for the good of the nation.
Mm-hmm. See?
I'm not entirely opposed to democracy.
I'm
not
boy.
entirely opposed to monarchism. I think we need a reasonable mix of both. I think we should have a bicameral legislature where the upper house is a combination of hereditary peers and life peers, where the lower house is elected from among the various constituencies, where the head of state is a monarch to whom the military swears allegiance, and in which we also have an independent court.
Okay. Gotta remind you, though, I'm not an American. I've never been American, because you said it was my Supreme Court.
I'm American.
There is a Supreme Court in Northern Ireland, isn't there? I'm going to check exactly what it's called. I think that
structural functionalists acknowledge dysfunctions within institutions. Sometimes, man, I've read some takes from structural functionalists, both in and out of university, that made me cringe so fucking hard. Because, like, what is or isn't a dysfunction is kind of determined by whether or not you're giving leeway to, like whether or not you think it's like an acceptable deviation from the nominal purpose of an institution, and that really depends on how charitable you are to the institution. At the very least, can we acknowledge that it's very conservative, like innately, to think like, okay, well, the cops exist, so they must exist for a reason. Like, if your presupposition is, well, everything is as it should be, fundamentally. Oh my. Vosh Marx did a lot of structural functionalist analysis, so it's not all bad or conservative. I'm not saying it's all bad or conservative. And also, a lot of the structural functionalist analysis that Marx did was in the broader context of understanding how these things work within a dysfunctional system. They do exist for a reason, but it doesn't mean it's a good reason. Okay, when a person says, oh, that thing? Well, I know it seems bad, but they exist for a reason. Don't you think that by default, that would be considered a kind of apologism? Like, not always, because if you asked me, do the cops exist for a reason, I would say yes and then elaborate. But most of the time, when people talk about things existing for a reason, it's in the purview of defending them as a kind of, like, innate institution. I'm not saying it's, like, all innately bad or whatever. I'm just saying I've seen a lot of cucked shit from that particular fucking sociological lens of analysis. Okay, sorry.
There is it may just be called the High Court. Supreme Court of Northern Ireland. High Court, sorry. There is a High Court. There's the King's Bench. The Court of Appeal is the highest court.
Well, yeah, but is that different from saying the concept? Bunny, do you not realize that when I raise my voice like this, it means the conversation is over? What are you doing? Jesus! End up dysfunctional due to optimizations against material reality, structural function. I'm just saying, I've seen lots of... If you do structural functionalist analysis and you're not cucked, then I'm not talking about you. You're safe.
In Northern Ireland, I always forget what they're called, and they change it every couple of years, but it is the Court of Appeal. So your Court of Appeal in Northern Ireland is separate from the legislature. But that's exactly what we would want, isn't it? We would want these separate branches of government, neither to be capable of completely overpowering the other. It doesn't mean that the job of one is to destroy or take power from the other. They both should work in unison, just like your heart and your lungs work in unison.
He loves doing that, huh?
Okay. I guess I'm just like getting confused from the point that this started at.
Keffels isn't wrong to be confused. This guy's ideology is incoherent. It's just a string of nearly unrelated justifications that all chain together to form a broad and inconsistent defense of the concept of authoritarianism. So I don't blame her at all for feeling that way. I wish she'd calm out on that. No, she's being chill, and that's fine. I often find that in conversations with people like this, you have to be really chill and laid back, because everyone is already biased against them, because it's literally your audience that are watching. Like, nobody watching me right now is thinking like, oh, Keffels is on the back foot, you know? He's basically just rambling, and it's kind of like a form of entertainment, and if you come at it too hard, it makes you look like a blowhard, or like you can't handle his truth or whatever. This is one of the reasons why people like Alex Jones love it when people get flustered talking to him, you know? Because, like, even if Alex Jones says a million billion horribly fucking stupid things, you're kind of playing into his game a little bit. If you're like, no, that's not true, you can't say that, that's ridiculous of you to say, like, because once you start leaning into that, you know, you're kind of giving them more leeway than they deserve. Yeah, it's like, let them hang themselves with their own rope, right? Like, give them the rope to hang themselves with, that kind of thing. How about my riveting Minecraft gameplay, huh? I haven't played this game in like a decade, so like all the people are like, oh my god, his movement is so unoptimized, oh my god, and I'm just like, haha, I found a diamond.
Yes, the point being, would you like to become a right...
Well, oh, by the way, did they make diamond more rare? Like, actual question, because I remember that, like, back when I played ages and ages and ages ago, I could go down to, like, bedrock level plus 11 or 12 or whatever, and then walk around for a bit, and then get, like, 20 diamond. But now I feel like I don't find veins of 8 anymore. I find veins of 1 or maybe 2. I mean, I'm pretty deep, right? What am I at? It's F3. Oh god. Where's the negative 20? Yeah, it goes into the negatives now. Gotta go deeper. Okay, sure. We've kind of explored out this area, haven't we? Might as well go deeper. Down to like negative 60? Okay. I don't want to strip mine, though. I want to explore. Exploring is fun. We also need more coal and iron and gold and stuff. We're under a Badlands biome, so there's tons of gold up in higher elevations. I'll check out this area a bit, and then I'm gonna, like, try to head down that strip with the ladder. You know, explore some more.
Right winger?
No, I absolutely would not. You've spent this conversation defending colonialism and genocide. And you won't... And I think that you're someone who can't actually stand.
Oh, actually, really quickly, before we do that, do you guys want to see the super cute desert village that I'm kind of leaning on now? Hold on. Where did I come down from? Oh boy, this might take a bit. I think it's somewhere in this direction. No, I'll explore this first, then I'll go back. Because it's a really cute village.
By their beliefs, like, quite honestly. Because you wouldn't answer the question about whether or not you want a human pet.
I would argue that question is outside the scope of this discussion.
I think that that question is very relevant to the discussion.
Hey!
Of whether or not it would be a good idea for you to be a right-winger?
Yes.
Okay, I may have a few kinks, and they may, to some extent, have influenced my politics, but I don't see why that's super relevant.
Wait, how did that influence your politics?
That's a horrifying sentence.
So is like the monarchy thing actually like based on the kink of ownership of people?
No.
Oh boy.
I'm saying I can't completely rule out the possibility that... The point, it doesn't matter. Why is it relevant?
You just said that it is relevant. You said that it actually informs your politics.
I'm saying I can't say with certainty that it doesn't, because no man entirely knows the internals of his own mind.
I do, actually.
And can you be sure that none of your kinks have impacted your politics?
I can be
Oh, they
sure that they
definitely
do.
have.
Yeah.
Well,
100%.
again, we don't need to go into the specifics, but, you know, there you go. They're not especially relevant to the, you know, why someone believes in their specific political beliefs isn't necessarily all that relevant. But,
Here, it's got to be over here,
wait,
right?
is there a kink-based reason that you, for some reason, believe monarchies are authoritarian?
No, not really. I mean, I
Well,
think
there
they
you go.
are.
You have political beliefs that are outside of your...
I think that you're just like okay with
personal
the.
tastes.
I don't understand why you're against authoritarianism when you advocate for authoritarianism. It feels like a contradiction of beliefs.
I advocate for monarchism. I don't think monarchism is inherently authoritarian.
I don't think that you can have a system where people are immune from legal proceedings and the Constitution and it be democratic.
But functionally, you do have that in a lot of democracies. Do you think it's likely Kim Jong-un is ever going to be accused of a crime, or a sitting American president?
Democracy?
be taken away
Hello?
in handcuffs?
Kim Jong-un is a monarchist.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
Is that why would he go to him as an He is literally a hereditary monarch. They praise the family. Why would you go to that? Why? This guy's wacky. This guy's sipping a lot of wacky Kool-Aid. Whoops, wrong thing. This is a wacky guy. Don't we love our wacky dudes? Isn't the world a better place for there being wacky dudes? Like, wouldn't life be just a little boring? Not like this. Not like this. I see. I think I'm done at this level. We're getting so far out from where the mine shaft is that I'm like, if I die, I really don't want to lose the stuff I'm carrying. So I'm gonna head up then and deposit my stuff and show you the village.
He's the third in the bloodline of the absolute rulers of North Korea.
That is officially a coincidence.
How is it functionally
officially
different? The only difference is that it's an absolute
Because
monarchy.
Well, no, he didn't ascend to power because his dad was the previous supreme leader. That is officially just a coincidence.
How is that a...
Oh man, guys, we talked about this before. We talked about this yesterday. Procedural fascism versus like frenzy fascism or whatever, where the procedural fascist arrives at the same conclusion as the frenzied fascist, but through like bureaucracy. And that's what he's doing right now, you know? Like, oh yeah, we have a hereditary monarchy, you know, but like nominally that's not the case. It's just a coincidence that they've had the supreme leadership be passed down through like the bloodline, you know? It's the obsession with like a narrative as a displacement tool. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, it's like a case study. Yeah, because you can imagine this guy's arguments being made by someone who's a lot more blood and soil, right? Couldn't you? Somebody being like, well, the people of our land have always needed a strong ruler. Da, da. But instead, he's like, no, well, actually, I think it would be like really democratic and good, actually, if, we had all of these monarchs leading us and stuff. And it's like, wow, you're arriving at the same conclusions, but like through a different kind of lunacy. Bro, can you tell me how this guy is not fascist? Well, he probably is, but the stuff he's saying is too incoherent and jittery to pin it down to that specifically. Forgot to mention, Vosh, this is the guy that unironically defends Caesar's Legion, so there's that. That does not surprise me at all. Yeah. That's pretty funny.
Coincidence. In which process then did he ascend to power? Like 3 generations of family as the absolute rulers in North Korea. That's monarchy. It can have a different name, but it is functionally the same.
None of them had crowns. None of them claimed the government as their personal property, and none of them claimed right to rule on the basis of bloodline. It just has.
See, it's the obsession with there being a like a legal procedural excuse, like oh, you may have 99.999% of a monarchy together. Vosh, he's trolling. No, I don't think he is. I guess he might be, but I don't think he is. Can you enchant shields? Can you fuck off? Yes? Okay. Oh, it's sunrise. Unbreaking and mending? Okay, we'll make an unbreaking one at some point. I don't have, I don't have an unbreaking booklet. Yeah, an obsession with self-ID and symbols. I think the earlier bit, there's the village. I think the earlier bit on self-ID was really funny and telling because this guy is obsessed with it. Hold on. To the Batcave. Da-na-na-na-na-na. I got it. I'll clean up this path soon, okay? I know it's ugly right now.
Happens that they were related, and there have been plenty of republics where leaders have been related. I mean, look at the Bush family in the USA, for example.
Right? I mean, the Bush family, those were elected people.
Hey, stuff slacker, stop. I never say anything about Christianity. There's actually, I admire a lot of monarchs that aren't necessarily Christian. I think the monarch of Thailand is pretty cool. He's not a Christian.
Oh, God.
I don't know.
Thailand is insane. You can't even criticize the monarch publicly in Thailand. How could you defend that?
Look, there's coral in the middle of the village.
I didn't say...
Isn't that cute?
I didn't say I necessarily defended his position on free speech. I just thought he was pretty cool.
Wait, how can you think he's pretty cool? Given that, given how ruthless he is.
Out of partisan politics, he just doesn't like being, slandered.
That's definitely not staying out of politics. That's actively censoring dissent.
Partisan politics. He's not choosing one political party over another, and I think it's a good idea to have.
Dude, I'm not political. I'll just throw you in jail for criticizing me, okay? Dude, I'm completely apolitical, all right? Just like if you criticize me, I'll have you and your whole family and your everything thrown in jail. Dude, it's fine. He literally has his own political party. Yeah, but like he hasn't said that he's political.
A head of state who is non-partisan.
I mean, that is probably ideal, but at the same time, you're advocating for a system where you don't get to choose that. You just have to hope for it.
Because if people can choose it, it very often ends up becoming partisan. Partisan politics, unless it's a very, very strict... unless there's basically no way for...
By the way, is the idea of a non-partisan president/monarch fake? Yes. There's no such thing as a non-political political leader. The most that you can get is apolitical within a given context. So I've said, for instance, that I would consider the Pentagon to be largely apolitical in the sense that its one overriding goal is America, defend America, And, like, outside of that, I don't think that the Pentagon would be that concerned with, like, okay, well, is it, you know, like, it's a stability-first approach, which is political, of course. What we're really talking about here is, like, proceduralism. And this guy is a proceduralist, if ever I have seen one. He leans into it so hard, in a way that most monarchists don't. But again, you know, it's all special snowflake politics, right?
For it to be
I mean,
handed out as spoils, like the
being
outcome of a referendum.
Pro-monarchy is
I'm gonna
partisan.
trade so much
Very
goddamn
much
paper.
partisan.
Which political party is pro-monarchy in the UK?
The DUP.
I've never voted for
The
the
DUP.
DUP.
That is the pro-monarchist party in Northern Ireland. That is very much a partisan party.
Has the king officially
Kinda
endorsed
spooky.
them?
Has the king officially endorsed the DUP? Good question, actually.
Okay, we need more
The answer
coal.
is no. He's stayed out of that issue.
Okay, wait, hold on, really quickly. I'm sorry. Can't you farm coal, but not really, with dried kelp? Wait, hold on. Minecraft fuel. Because the more stuff I can farm, the better, right? Okay, what? Hold on. Items smelted. Wood blocks, sapling, sticks, coal, charcoal is 8. Lava bucket is 100, but that's, like, annoying. Coal block, okay, but that's just coal. Blaze rod is 10. Why is dried kelp block? Question mark, question mark. What? Why? How much? Bad wiki? Oh, you're right. This is the wrong wiki. Hold on. Dried kelp block. I'm learning so much stuff about this game. There we go. This is the real wiki. Flammable, yes, 30. Okay. So that's cool. You need to automate the kelp farm. I don't really want to automate anything. I kind of like... So you need to cook the... Wait. How much... Building automatic farms can be fun. It's not really my thing, but I get that. Okay, wait, hold on. Just tell me how much shit this burns. Able to smelt 20 items. So you need to smelt 9 items, the kelp, and then craft it in order to get something that smelts 20 items. A tree farm would be easier. Yeah, but farming trees is annoying. But you can use the dried kelp to smelt more dried kelp. I guess you can just create, like, an infinite... You can use campfires to get dried kelp without using coal. What the fuck is a campfire? Campfire. Minecraft. I have never seen this before in my life. Huh. What are bees for? Okay, I'll deal with this later. I'm sorry about the pause.
And I actually think it's a little bit unreasonable for a political party which aspires to form His Majesty's government to be anti the king.
Hello?
Uh-huh.
Still there?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
still there. I think my internet may have conked out.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
Um,
Oh no. He's fucking
so
dead.
yes, but as I've said, a lot of the left wing groups that you're a part of have this tendency to cancel their own. I think ContraPoints got into a bunch of cancellation scandals. So has Vorsh. So has Hassan Piker.
Hey, I know that guy.
I think there was even a rumor about Philosophy Tube having sexually assaulted someone. My point is, this seems to be a trend among you left wingers to cancel one another. Wouldn't you rather be part of a political movement that didn't do that?
As opposed to hereditary monarchs, a group not known for fighting with each other. God almighty.
Do I have to be a human pet?
No.
Well, that's kind of sad.
You don't have to. You don't even have to detransition. We've got people like Blair White who are transgender.
Blair White is a monarchist? She's considering it. She's like, well, hold on.
I'm sorry. I can't join the right. That's a bit silly. I think you're a very silly.
Oh, okay, wait. So it's literally just about joining the right? Wait, quick fucking question, okay? Really quick, important question. Why on earth would the human pet guy, like, ever, and I truly mean ever, what? Oh, hello. Ooh. Why would he get along with other right-wingers? Wouldn't he find them just as detestable? Friend. All right, good luck, friend. If you have a saddle, you can ride him. Now, we got mining to do.
Silly man.
Do I want to do a charcoal farm or a kelp farm? What's better?
I don't think that's entirely fair, but why do you want to keep being part of a political movement that seems so determined to eat its own, is my question.
I want to try kelp.
We have a positive vision for the future. We have an idea of what the world could be like.
I don't think you're actually... I don't think you're going to find much agreement from, like, American Republicans on the monarchy. They very much
not agreement, but they don't tend to cancel. American Republicans can get on just fine with British monarchists, and they can debate civilly and not try to cancel each other. There is a fairly broad spectrum of disagreement on the right. We encourage healthy and respectful debate, and we don't constantly try to cancel each other, even though we do have disagreements of opinion, just as some of you leftists do.
Right. I mean, I disagree with very much the core of what they stand for. I disagree with authoritarianism, including monarchy.
Again, what do you think is meant by the word authoritarianism? We are possibly arguing at cross purposes. When you say authoritarianism, what does that mean?
I think unelected people making decisions on... Unelected people making decisions in government is absolutely authoritarian.
Authoritarianism is actually really difficult to nail down, definition-wise, because you can come close, and then you'll go like, oh, wait, well, there's this other thing, and then you'll, like, amend the definition with another thing. It can actually be really, really difficult to get down, you know? Because a leader can be popular, democratically elected, and operating with the public will and still be authoritarian. It's really complicated. It is a vague term for sure, which is why I try not to use it that much. I like fascism is a vague term, and I think it's far more purposeful than just authoritarian. But that doesn't mean that things like aren't authoritarian. You know, like obviously I still think there's value in using the term when it's applicable. I don't know what kelp looks like. Is this the kelp? These, like, big strings coming up from the... Is this it? This is? Okay, gotcha. I need to make a minecart that goes down here, and I need to start a big... Oh? Do they float up? No, they float down. Hey, how do I get water breathing on a helmet? That'd be kind of nice. Wait, do they just float wherever? Slowly they will float back up. Can you plant them on any sand blocks, or does it have to be in an ocean biome? Well, that's quite a lot of them. Like, could I, like... In water? Okay, so if I had them in parallel rows with one gap between, and then I had, like, signposts to block water in the places I could walk through, could I just, like, really easily knock a bunch of them out? Yeah, in theory. Okay, okay. Huh. How do you... what am I looking for here? What term? How do you plant water at multiple levels? Like, I know that if you... Like, you could do a layer, then dig down, and then the water will be flowing down. It won't be just down. Does that make sense? Kelp automatically turns flowing water above it into source? Wait, really? So if you just dug straight down, put a sand block, planted water 10 blocks up so the water just flows straight down, and then planted kelp at the very bottom, it would grow up and convert all that to source water? Really? Cool. Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I'm going to make a kelp farm right now. Now that I have some starter.
Like, the Chinese Communist Party is not elected. It's an authoritarian government. The king is not elected. That's an authoritarian position to have.
So it has absolutely nothing to do with how much power the government has or how often it exercises it. As far as you're concerned, it's just a matter of why they're in power.
Oh yeah, as long as there's a state, then yes, people are going to have the power of the state exercised over them.
So, in principle, if a ruler were to rule, like, say, Vlad the Impaler, but be elected, it would be not authoritarian.
I don't know what the context is that you're bringing this up in. I actually don't know what Vlad the Impaler did. But I also don't understand.
I don't either,
because,
to be honest.
Like, I don't know, if a monarchy just went out today and decided to set up shop.
He impaled people? Well, shit, I've done that.
In an indigenous, uncontacted tribe's
In their
neighborhood,
pussy.
and then conquer them and set a puppet government up, you would probably say that's just bringing civilization to them.
The indigenous uncontacted tribe is almost certainly already a monarchy. Do you think that there's that these?
Yeah, but that doesn't answer
that.
That doesn't actually address the point that you think that displays of force and taking over other nations is fine. It's just acceptable.
How else would civilization spread? Civilization didn't takes ages to spontaneously manifest.
No, I think that might.
How it spreads.
I think that might and right.
This is one of the reasons why politically. So I'm not joking when I say this. I make a lot of jokes, but this isn't a joke. Okay, I actually believe that Civ games are morally irresponsible in the way they're normally delivered. The idea that a lot of young men have that civilization is a tech tree, or some civs are higher on the tech tree and their expansion is some kind of innate good. A lot of people don't seem to understand, but like this was made pretty clear, at least I felt back when I used to play Civ 4, which is the perspective here is like this amoral, whatever grows your civ is the good thing. Oh, slavery increases your production or whatever. Conscription helps you get riflemen out quickly. Like, whatever, dude, that's how it is. But a lot of people look at that and they're like, oh, yeah, this is how it has to be done. No, it isn't, you fucking buffoon. You virgin. Jesus. I guess I'll put a third parallel rail here. No. Because then how would I redstone power it? It would have to be a non-parallel rail? Like, one over? From beneath? Yeah, I guess that's true. Could I do one to the left here? I kind of don't want to. These are like my village ones. And then like over here I could have... Doesn't have to go very far. Alright, don't mind me.
Rhetoric is what led to the development of fascism.
And what led to the collapse of fascism? Oh yeah, it was the giant colonial empires that fought the fascists.
Colonial... We didn't need to do the colonialism to beat the Nazis. What kind of logic is that? That would be like you're like getting mugged by someone in the park, and somebody's like running up to say like, oh, I'll save you, and then like on the way over he like decks a fucking baby in the face, and then he saves you from the mugging, and you're like, why the fuck did you deck that baby? He's like, whoa, how else would I have saved you? How else would I have been able to reach you in time? It was necessary. Insane, man. This is, ironically, a very Stalinist take. Yes, it is. Yes, very much so.
What led to the...
Like that Winston Churchill
How much
bloke
to the
you earlier
right does this
decried.
go? Oh, by a good bit.
Wait, no, the UK didn't stop the Nazis. That's not true.
Yeah, I think the Luftwaffe, after the Battle of Britain, might disagree.
No, it was overwhelmingly the Soviets. Overwhelmingly. It was the Soviets and the incompetence of the Nazis that led to the downfall of the Nazis. And the Soviets were not a colonial empire. Well, wait, at that time they had... Okay, the Soviets defeated the Nazis in the process of becoming a Wait, shit, fuck, we're making this point. The Soviets literally beat the Nazis by creating the colonial empire. That was when they... Oh my god, that was when the Soviet Union expanded, because they kept the territory they... Okay, alright, I'm on this guy's side now. Only through brutal colonialism were the Nazis able to be defeated. Zoomies. You lost this debate? True. I lost this debate. There was no way the Soviets could have won without brutally conquering all that territory and not giving it back up afterwards.
The fact that it's...
Like, during the Second World...
The Soviet Union was a colonial empire before that. Yeah, but, like, we definitely can't deny the fact that, like, they got a lot bigger and a lot worse after World War II, you know? Shit, okay, so I can't go this far.
War.
A significant percentage of our Civ-related subreddits revealed themselves to be monarchists, like 40%. Thought you really hit that point in the head. Cheers. 40% of Civ subreddits in, like, a poll? Holy shit!
They were already starving out their allies in India, to the point that the Soviet Union had to intervene and redirect shipments of grain to Bengal.
Where did that grain come from, I wonder? Was it Ukraine, perhaps?
What?
I mean, yeah, Stalin was an authoritarian dictator. I didn't have to defend them to point out the fact that that was a terrible thing.
That Stalin was an elected...
I think that yes, I know, I don't agree with him. He was a dictator.
You just said that if he's elected, he's not authoritarian. Your definition of authoritarian
Joseph Stalin wasn't elected. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union was not elected. They came
How did they select their next leader?
How did they select their next leader? Through internal...
They had a vote.
Oh, if you have an internal vote in an unelected party, that doesn't count. That's not representative of the people's will. You can't gauge people on who they want to be their leader based on an internal vote of bureaucrats at the highest level.
The vast majority of the Russian population at that point was either openly at war, in the case of the whites, or was made of
Whites.
illiterate
Wait,
peasants.
we're
who
talking
couldn't
about
possibly vote.
We're talking about World War II. We were talking about the Bengal famine.
Yep, at that point in history, so you're saying that Joseph Stalin was unelected. What would have constituted an elect? I'm genuinely asking you, what more democratic process could the Soviets have gone through upon Lenin's death to have elected a leader?
Having a multi-party democracy and voting powers.
This is where we'll build our
For the
Kelp farm.
average
The
person.
population was on. The average person in Russia at that point was an illiterate peasant.
And that makes
You
it
didn't-
so that they have no say. Why?
I'm sorry, you're going to set up polling stations for these people? Some of them way out in rural Siberia?
Yes.
Like, I do not like the Soviets. I think it was absolutely unacceptable.
Wait, literally, yes. Like, we had, again, not a good democracy, landowning white males, but, like, a ton of people in America were illiterate back when we, like, started the voting process. I mean, that's why they were holding literacy tests that they had to have a grandfather clause for after the Civil War in the South. Because it was like, you know, even after black men and non-landowning men could vote, it was like, oh, yeah, well, a lot of these people can't fucking read. Yeah. I think that realistically, what should have happened is that Lenin should have held an interim government because Russia at the time was not capable of, like, immediately holding an election for him or whatever. And then during that time, he should have bolstered and strengthened the workers' councils, and he should have tried to establish, like, basic premises of educational attainment and so on across the nation. And in so doing, he could have, like, set the stage to have allowed for a real democratic election. I think that if Lenin was a real communist like me, he would have done that, and it would have been good, personally, in my opinion. We'll deal with that later. You guys all see what I'm going to do, right? This is where it enters, and then there's going to be a big pool, and there's going to be sand at the bottom, and then I'm going to put the kelp down there in rows, and then I'm going to put signs to block the water from entering the rows at the bottom, because I'm going to dig this down. You know what I mean? That's cool. It doesn't have to be sand. Yeah, but sand is cool. Wait, is what I'm doing lame as fuck right now? Should I be doing a kelp farm that, like... I think what I'm doing is lame right now. Why is this underground? I don't want to do this underground. I want this to be above ground. It's hard to access right now. It's cramped and claustrophobic. I want to build it next to my farm. I don't want it to be underground. I just did this by default because I'm a dwarf. We're going upstairs after I get this coal. The USSR was not the overwhelming reason for the defeat of the Nazis in World War II. Without the US, the USSR would have been toothless. No, I disagree. I agree that tankies play it up quite a lot, and I think that a lot of them are bullshitting when they do. But if you take a look at, like, resources invested and people lost in World War II, like, hold on. Casualties, World War II by country. Like, the amount invested by the Soviet Union is literally more than an order of magnitude. Look, World War II casualties, right there at the top, Soviet Union and China. Like, look at the United States right here. And then look at the Soviet Union and China. China lost tens of millions of people to Imperial Japan, and the Soviet Union lost tens of millions of people to the Nazi invasion. And then Poland, of course, overwhelmingly lost civilians to the Holocaust. I don't actually know much about Indonesia, but they definitely suffered from the Japanese. Like, dude, look at that, man. Like, 4 million Indonesians dead. That was definitely the Japanese. But I don't know anything about it. Like, I don't... And the little blue line here is people died as percent of population. So Poland lost just over 18% of their entire population. Lithuania nearly 14%, you know? The Soviet Union, for all of its millions of people, lost over 10% of their population. Oh, sure. Well, I'm glad we did, Archwave. Vosh, more allied civs were killed than Axis civs. Yeah, oh yeah, but massively so, yeah. There's a reason British intelligence, American steel, and Soviet blood exists. Yeah. That's, yeah. It's complicated. But you know what? I'm glad we all work together on this one, okay? I really don't like Nazis. All right.
Acceptable for them to kill the Romanovs.
Okay,
I
I'm
think
leaving
Russia
this
should have
place.
continued to be a Romanov-led monarchy. But if you're going to accept them killing the Romanovs, let's be very clear about the practical realities. There was absolutely no way they could have had any sort of election that would have satisfied you. It would have been a complete practical impossibility. They were a majority illiterate population of isolated farmsteaders.
See, this is like the thing that you do where it's like the topic of genocide comes up and you manage to divert the topic because you know you're in the wrong. You can't defend it. Like, I bring it up and then you start going off about Romans and ancient Greek civilization.
That's true.
And that has nothing to do with the topic at hand.
Completely correct, yeah. This guy's default response whenever anything gets dicey or he has to answer to the crimes of his ideology is either, well, it's not like things are good under democracy either, that's one, or two, this, like, abstract civilization lingo, you know, move away from the raw reality of the situation and towards this abstract jibber-jabber nonsense. It makes me so happy that Haas hates the fact that I use that term. It's such a good term. It's his greatest contribution to ideological discourse. Is that specific term. And God bless him for it. Actually outweighs everything he's ever done or said. Like, I'm like a Haas stan. In the year of, like, 2032, he has, like, a fez on. He's doing, like, a monkey grinder bit for applause. And I'm like, haha, I remember when he said jibber jabber. That was pretty great. And I'm like clapping. Yeah. It's not even his lol. Whatever. Terms belong to the people. Okay. He stole it from Sam Cedar? Oh, damn. Your house is magnificent. I want to build a really big, like, Adobe house right here that overlooks all of this. That's the plan. It just takes me a while to get to it. Like, overlooks this and overlooks this. Adobe? Sorry, what's the term? Not Adobe, or the big, like, with terracotta and stuff. I don't want to farm lava with a dripstone block. I don't want to use any farms. That was my rule setting out. If I want to play Factorio, I'll play Factorio, you know? I want to expand this. Because this is, like, the fastest thing to trade with villagers, kind of, right? At least for me. This grows pretty fast, and you just collect it. You don't have to replant it. With the farm, you have to replant it. That fucking sucks. You know, like, having to go back and manually plant everything all slow. This is cool, though. Sticks are way faster? Eh.
Well, I think it very much
I'm
does.
trying to get watermelon
your
and pumpkin
argument
seeds
is that
as well.
Stalin was bad because he was authoritarian. I would agree with that.
Yes, he was the leader of an unelected. He was a leader of an unelected government, and he committed ethnic cleansing against the population.
That is where I disagree. I would say he was authoritarian in terms of how much power he had and how he exercised it. In terms of how he came to power, simply put, one.
Sorry for being retarded. Do you think that I should build the kelp farm up here, like dig 10 blocks down in a big grid and then fill it up, and then I could just go over here? Or do you think I should build it down in the strip of water right over here? I kind of like doing it elevated. This biome is really ugly. Hard disagree. I think that the Badlands biome is beautiful. I thought you hated being told what to do. I'm asking for opinions. I'm not asking you to tell me what to do. I don't know. Having, like, a big square dugout here sounds kind of fun, don't you think? Not there or whatever, but, like... Like right here. If there's a two-way path, it would begin right here, right? Right, like a big square. You all get what I'm... Okay, whatever. I think it's a good idea.
Once they'd killed the Romanovs, once Lenin was dead, there was
Yes.
no other practical way for them to select a leader except to have an internal election.
You are a
rest of the
monarchist.
country
You
was-
literally believe in a system where the head of state can dissolve government. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Yes, I absolutely think they should have just left the Romanovs in power. I think they should never have taken the Romanovs out of power. They should never have become a communist country. Once
They never
did,
were.
though, there was absolutely no way at that point in the at the point of where they had to choose.
That has
Stalin
no.
as a
What does that
leader,
have to do
we
with the
couldn't-
Bengal famine? Why is that acceptable? Why do you have to go and pivot every time? We're talking about people who died because the UK government has
Because the UK government redistributed resources during
a famine.
during a war. A famine that occurred
Like
during
Winston
a war.
Churchill
Let's be very clear.
was quoted saying that he hates Indians and that they're a beastly people with a beastly religion and that it's their own fault for starving because they breed like rabbits.
He
It's a
did say that.
fucking. He is a monster.
Well, he wasn't very politically correct, but come on, this was like the 1940s.
See, I could.
So I said earlier he's racist, and I'm not exactly a genius wizard for pointing that one out. But what he just admitted with that line is that he agrees with Winston Churchill. He just thinks that Winston Churchill was inelegant in saying it. He agrees with what Winston Churchill said. He does think that the Indians were a beastly people who deserved their death because they bred like rabbits. Yeah, he's just saying like, well, you know, he shouldn't have said it like that, or something to that effect. You don't say? Yeah.
Like concede on your point. Yeah, it's like the 1940s. People are evil. He starved millions of people to death.
By sending food out during a war.
Sending food? Yeah, by taking food away from the colony that was having a famine. And then saying he doesn't care because he hates Indians.
Uh-huh.
So what would you have preferred him to do, Cathals?
I would have preferred him not to export food during an active famine.
Wow. You say it was authoritarian of him to do that?
Would I say it's authoritarian? Yes, because it was a colony.
He was
where
elected.
that
he was an elected
he was
leader,
ruling
Cathals.
over a colony. Like, there was no democracy in India. They didn't choose that. They were conquered. That is authoritarian. If you conquer another state and rule over them, that is an authoritarian government. They had absolute control over India.
Cathals, by that definition, every single government that has had a vassal state would be authoritarian.
Yes!
That's most governments throughout history.
Yes!
Most governments
That's
throughout
a
history.
definition of authoritarian.
What is he seriously balking at the idea of most governments throughout history being authoritarian? Obviously, democracy is an enlightenment value. What do you? Yeah, obviously, of course, clearly, unambiguously.
That's so broad as to be almost useless. Almost no governments have been non-authoritarian
Yes!
by that definition.
You're getting it!
But that's insane. That would make it almost practically impossible to ever actually have an expansionist empire at all.
Yes.
Yeah, we don't want an expansionist empire. That is exactly what needs to die.
I'm in favor of expansionist empires as long as they're not authoritarian.
You can't have that. That's a contradiction. You can't have a non-authoritarian empire. Empires need conflict to survive. They
Again, this is Hearts of Iron 4 ideology. I know it seems like none of this makes sense, but in his mind, like, the way a civilization grows and grows stronger is by spread. Like, it's literally like video game brain, like tech tree brain. That's why he's, like, thinking of it this way. I know it seems completely dogshit insane, which, of course, it is. I'm not denying that. But, like, that's the ideology he's operating on. Yeah, you know, like, it's all a grand game of strategy. And would the world only be better were I one of the strategists? That bullshit.
We need blood.
Life needs conflict to survive.
Yep. Fascism.
So when the British Empire in India made it illegal to burn widows, was that authoritarian or non-authoritarian?
Wait, they made it illegal to burn widows?
Yeah, it was an accepted practice at the time to burn widows until the British Empire made it illegal. For that matter, when the British Empire went to the various feuding principalities of West Africa, such as the Kingdom of Dahomey, and made it illegal to trade in slaves, was that authoritarian? That was one state exerting influence over another. Was that authoritarian?
So this is, okay, people love to try to trip up with this, and there's an obvious answer to this, okay? Authoritarian governments can impose non-authoritarian rules. So it's possible for a government that is completely authoritarian to make a ruling that is on, like, a non-authoritarian ruling. Like, it's very easy to imagine that. For instance, you can have a democratic government with a democratically elected ruler start imposing authoritarian laws. You can have an authoritarian ruler impose non-authoritarian laws. Yes. So you could argue, even if the banning of slavery is not an authoritarian decision, the government that is putting that forward is still an authoritarian government. Simple.
Keffels?
Wait, I mean, what? The point here is that they exerted power over another state to make it so that they can't do something that is morally questionable? Because what are the other
exerted
things?
Power over another state to ensure that the rights of individual people were respected. And indeed, I would note when they were talking about exports in Bengali famine, were they forcing Indian farmers to sell their crops, or were they just paying a higher price to individual Indian farmers?
I mean,
Was their authoritarianism in effect just outbidding individual Indian suppliers?
If you control the government and you are doing that, yes. Yes, absolutely. If you completely control the systems of trade and distribution, and you are the market through which those farmers would have to deal, because you literally control the Raj, and then you are creating a famine, deliberately creating a famine, one which Churchill remarked on and dismissed, in so doing, then yeah, pretty clear. Like, obviously, yes. The exact, like, the Holodomor was in many ways similar.
They were not forcing people to sell overseas, they were paying more money for goods and essentially competing in the free market. Was that what was happening? Or was Winston Churchill literally saying, seize this food by force and take it overseas against the will of the people who farmed it?
Yes.
Because I believe it was.
Yeah. So the author of *Inglorious Empire: What the British Did to India* wrote, Churchill deliberately ordered the diversion of food from starving Indian civilians to well-supplied British soldiers, and even to top up European stockpiles meant for yet-to-be liberated Greeks and Yugoslavs.
So those were government supplies that the government already owned and had already purchased.
It wasn't authoritarian because they simply outbid them in the free market. No, they deliberately ordered it, actually. It was not a free decision. Well, that's fine because they actually ordered it. Well, how did they order it? Or that's fine because they owned it. Well, how'd they own it? Well, because they controlled everything, because it was the Raj. Yeah. So yeah. Divine right of kings.
Yeah, so they diverted food from a colony, their colony, that they conquered.
They bought the food on the open market, then they distributed it as they saw fit. Which is to say, to their troops and to region and to the civilians of regions they were planning to liberate.
They did not
from the
purchase.
Nazis.
They did not purchase the food.
How did they come to acquire the food then? Did they forcibly seize it from the people who farmed it? Was this appropriated without compensation? Or was it purchased on the open market by the British government?
It was a colonial government.
Because
if the British government was just buying their shit on the open market, then why were they a colonial power of India? What is that? India, jewel of the empire, the Raj government, colonial acquisition of the British people. What do they do with this immense power? Oh, they just buy their products. You can do that without colonizing them. You can do that just normally. Why do they have soldiers in India if they were just paying a higher price? What do you mean? Like, oh, dude, it was totally consensual. Then why are there soldiers there?
That's a very important distinction, because if it's the latter, the food isn't being taken. It's
Churchill's
being
government
purchased.
blocked imports for food to Bengal at the same time that they were diverting food. Their main import for food was rice. They were blocking rice imports from Burma.
Quickly Googling.
Did he looking that up now?
Yes, you're
The main
asked.
source appears. The main source appears to be this anti-British screed, the Glorious Empire, which you've already cited.
Ah, yes, I've found your source. This hysterical anti-Raj tripe that I've found. Jesus. Let me try this.
Oh, again, this all seems to be one person's opinion. Let's see if I can find another one. Fall of Rangoon.
Okay. Look, I don't.
Cut off. The Fall of Rangoon. Yeah, I'm not able to find any source for him having blocked the imports. But did he actually send an order, we're not allowed to import anything? Or did he lose the city of Rangoon, which was used to import it? Because that's quite an important distinction.
Huh.
During the Japanese denial policies for rice and boats. So, here we go, the denial policies. So, no, they blockaded a port that was under the control of the Japanese Empire. Which was
Churchill
also
also compounded it by refusing to allow shipments of grain from Australia and Canada bound for Europe to be diverted to Bengal to help aid in the famine that was going on.
So that would be food that was already part of the war supplies.
Yes, because
So
people
yes,
were
he-
starving to death.
Yes, all over the world there was a shortage of food because that's what tends to happen in a war.
Millions of
So he
people
made
died
the
in
decision,
Bengal as a
which was
result
his-
of the famine. I don't understand why
which is
you
an
don't
absolute-
value
and
human
yeah,
life.
I'm not saying I don't. I'm saying he had to choose when there was a limited number of supplies, and as commander of the Allied forces, he had to decide where those supplies were going to go. That's not an enviable position to be in, but someone wasn't going to get that rice. That rice that had already been purchased on the open market by his government. So it's not as if he started out with a policy of, how shall I, Winston Churchill, make people in India hungry today?
Yeah,
That's
well,
very
kind
much not
of.
what
I mean, yeah,
occurred
he
here.
said it was their own fault, in his own words. Because they breed like
Or
rabbits.
Because they overpopulated. That's standard Malthusian logic. That's also applied to
This guy is such a fucking meme. Malthusian logic for having a lot of children in Raj, India? Dude, people under those circumstances have 50 children no matter where you are. He's distilled Reddit. Yeah, he plays Victoria. Well, of course he does. That's where he gets his fucking ideology from.
people in Ireland.
Yeah, he's a
That was
fascist.
very... No, at worst, he's Thanos. He's
Oh
simply
my
a man
God.
dealing with limited resources. And by
Dealing
the
with
way, that
limited.
was
Okay,
actually-
but dealing with limited resources, he wouldn't allow other countries to aid in the famine. Because India was under British colonial rule, so they couldn't make their own decisions. They couldn't help themselves get out of the famine, you fucking idiot.
Which countries did he not allow?
Canada and
develop-
Australia.
So other Commonwealth countries who he was
They weren't
commanding
his
militaries of.
resources. He was stealing those resources.
He was seeing them. Was he not in command of the Allied war effort, at least as far as it pertained to the Commonwealth countries? It was ultimately his decision where that food was going to go. And if the people who the food ultimately did go to had been objecting to not having received it, it's him that objection would have landed to. He had to decide when there wasn't enough to go around who was going to get it. I don't think that's a position any of us would like to be in, but someone had to make that choice. At that point, I think Canada
No.
and Australia were directly under British control. So yes, it was him.
No, they didn't. How are you arguing pro-genocide points right now? How do you think?
I'm not arguing pro-genocide. I'm saying when there was not enough supplies to go around due to disruption of supply routes caused by a war that coincided with a weather event that caused reduced crop yields, what exactly do you want him to do? There is not enough to go around.
Wait. You think that Canada, with the massive
supplies.
grain supply that Canada has, couldn't have helped? They offered to help. They were told no by Winston Churchill's government.
He was told that the grain supply. Who told him that the grain?
Sorry, just quickly educating myself on this. Holy shit, dude. There was so much fucking mismanagement. Anticipating a Japanese invasion of British India via the eastern border of Bengal, the British military launched a preemptive two-pronged scorched earth initiative in eastern and coastal Bengal. Its goal was to deny the expected invaders access to food supplies, transport, and other resources. First, a denial of rice policy was carried out in 3 southern districts along the coast of the Bay of Bengal. Issued directive requiring stocks of paddy, unmilled rice, deemed surplus, and other food items to be removed or destroyed in these districts. Evidence that fraudulent, corrupt, and coercive practices by the purchasing agents removed far more rice than officially recorded, not only from designated districts, but also in unauthorized areas, suggest a greater impact. Credit freeze restricted the flow of rice into trade. Boat denial policy, deny Bengali transport to any invading Japanese army. Confiscated about 45,000 rural boats, severely disrupting riverborne movement of labor, supplies, and food, compromising the livelihood of boatmen and fishermen, broke the economy of the fishing class. The large-scale removal or destruction of rural boats caused a near-complete breakdown of the existing transport and administration infrastructure and market system for movement of rice paddy. No steps were taken to provide for the maintenance or repair of the confiscated boats. Many fishermen were unable to return to their trade. The army took no steps to distribute food rations to make up for the interruption of supplies. Dude. Oh, my God. Wow. So, fearing an incoming Japanese invasion, they just fucking destroyed and confiscated a fuck ton of food and then kept people from traveling along the river, which was how they got their food and moved around. Provincial trade barriers preventing trade in domestic rice. Anxiety in soaring rice prices triggered by the fall of Burma. Trade barriers. Prevented the flow of food grains, especially rice and other goods, from moving between provinces. Punjab banned exports of wheat. The Famine Inquiry Commission of 1945 characterized this, quote, critical and potentially most dangerous stage, end quote, as a key policy failure. As one deponent to the commission put it, every province, every district, every administrative division in the east of India had become a food republic unto itself. The trade machinery for the distribution of food between provinces throughout the east of India was slowly strangled, and by spring of 1943 was dead. Bengal was unable to import domestic rice. This policy helped transform market failures and food shortage into famine and widespread death. And then there was a natural disaster. Refusal of imports. Beginning as early as December 1942, high-ranking government officials and military officers began requesting food imports for India through government military channels, but for months these requests were either rejected or reduced to a fraction of the original amount by Churchill's war cabinet. Yeah, to understand how bad this was, the Raj government wanted imports. Like, as bad as the Raj government was, as the British colonial powers were, they were thinking like, wow, holy shit, we should really, really get some fucking food in here. And Churchill told them no. The colony was also not permitted to spend its own sterling reserves or even use its own ships to import food. Couldn't even spend its own money or use its own ships to import food. Extremely competent governance here. Very good, very smart, very necessary. Although Viceroy Linlithgow appealed for imports from mid-December 1942, he did so in the understanding that the military would be giving preference over civilians. The Secretary of State for India, Leo Amory, was on one side of a cycle of requests for food aid and subsequent refusals from the British War Cabinet that continued through 1943 and into 1944. Emery did not mention worsening conditions in the countryside, stressing Calcutta's industries must be fed or its workers will return to the countryside. Rather than meeting this request, the UK promised a relatively small amount of wheat that was specifically intended for Western India, that is, not Bengal, in exchange for an increase in rice exports from Bengal to Ceylon. So the British government was like, oh, we'll give you some food as long as you put it in the parts of the country that aren't currently experiencing a famine and take more food from the famine-stricken area. This is not a matter of calling them incompetent, right? There was a lot of incompetence, but a lot of this was also just deliberate genocide. They did the same with the Irish people. Like, it's not like the British are unfamiliar with it, you know? The tone of Linlithgow's warnings to Emery grew increasingly serious through the first half of 1943, as did Emery's requests to the War Cabinet. Yeah, this is very... Yeah, exactly, Red Cascadian. This is very, very free market that we're looking at here. Like, no, you can't sell your sterling. No, you can't use your boats. No, you can't trade your grain. We're forcing you to export more grain from the famined area. No, you can't bring more grain in from other areas. Like, yeah, it's super duper, like, yeah, they just bought it in the market, man. It's just totally... free market, you know? The cabinet again offered a relatively small amount, explicitly referring to it as a token shipment. Which is just his modesty is understaffed and inadequate. His requests were again repeatedly denied, causing him to decry the current crisis as, quote, one of the greatest disasters that has befallen any people under British rule, and the damage to our reputation both among Indians and foreigners in India is incalculable. And you know what? He was right, because after World War II, the British lost India and have never recovered. India was the jewel of the British colonial empire, and them losing it was literally the beginning of European decolonization. When they lost India... like that set off like the collapse of the British Empire, and then later, much later, the French Empire as well. France still has a shadow empire? Yes. An estimated 0.8 to 3.8 million Bengalis died out of a population of 60.3 million. The scholarly consensus is around 2.1 million, according to Irish historian. Jesus. Yeah. In case of one of the earlier famines the colonial rule caused, if I recall correctly, the Orissa famine, one administrator that actually did something to alleviate things in the area was chastised for, quote, interfering with the market. And next famine, he instead had people study, quote, how long can an Indian work during starvation? Yeah, that sounds about right.
Grain supplies were needed elsewhere.
Why would the UK want to do all this? Because they were trying to extract as much wealth as possible from India, and because the British people and Churchill thought Indians were subhuman. That's it. Ideologically, there was really not that much separating the Nazis from the British concerning their respective colonial powers, you know? The only difference, really, is that the form of colonialism the Nazis decided to engage in was a lot more local. If the Nazis had gone abroad and found uncolonized portions of Latin America, Africa, Southeast Asia, and had applied essentially the exact same policies and doctrines, there would have been very little fuss about it. I mean, to give you a good idea, hold on 1 second. When was the Japanese invasion of Manchuria? It began in 1931. 8 years before World War II began, the Japanese were slaughtering Chinese people. And did we care? No, because they were doing it to an uncivilized group of peasantry. We didn't care because they weren't fucking about with the European powers. Nobody gave a shit. Nobody. The Japanese were doing this for far longer than the Nazis were. They got started earlier. And that's because, at least initially, the Japanese had the good sense to contain their brutal genocidal policies to areas that the European powers didn't really care about. We did ban oil exports to them. How long did it take for us to do that? USA ban oil to Imperial Japan date. Oh, pretty 1 decade later in 1941. That was after World War II started. And that was because they were threatening the broader Pacific. We didn't give a shit about them slaughtering millions and millions of Chinese. I'm telling you, if the Nazis had done all of their Nazi shit in countries outside of Europe, we would not have cared, and they would not have been that different to what the Dutch or the Spanish or the French or the British had done. Indochina, it was in response to attacking French colonies. Was it really directly in response to that? Yep. In retaliation for the Japanese occupation of French Indochina, the only time after a decade of slaughtering Chinese, the only time we lifted a finger to stop, we were giving them oil and scrap metal for a decade of them genociding people in Manchuria, but they touched French Indochina. And that was when we lifted a finger. So you're saying the Nazis weren't uniquely evil? No, they weren't. Even a cursory reading of history tells us this. The reason they live as the spirit of evil in the Western imagination is not because they did anything that other governments hadn't done before. It's because they did it in our adjacency. We are not only tolerant of, but active enablers of Nazi-esque policy as long as it doesn't disrupt our backyard, as long as it doesn't fuck with our affairs. Now, admittedly, over the past 70 or 80 years, we have gotten a lot better. America today, at its worst, like the invasion of Iraq or Afghanistan, are incomparably better on an ethical level than what, the British were doing in India, or what the Nazis were doing, or what the Japanese were doing, or whatever. But it's still important to understand, you know? To be fair, America and Latin America got a lot better too. Yeah, no, we are far better now than we were then. And I think that's a meaningful distinction, you know? I think it's important to understand that. It's a lot harder to get away with mass death these days. And that's a good thing. It should be hard to get away with mass death. Was America the least evil in World War II? World War II, tons of countries participate. And I don't know. It's like a Reddit battle, you know, like who was the most or least. I don't know. Of the powers involved, the Nazis and the Japanese were by far the worst. So I am glad that they lost.
Well, that was specifically what we're talking about. He didn't say burn the grain or toss it overboard or keep it until it rots.
I guess the millions of Bengali people who starved to death, it doesn't make a difference if the grain was burned or if the grain was just tossed into the sea. They died. They starved. They couldn't get it.
It was sent to other places that needed it, which was unfortunately the decision he had to make as a military commander. He had to decide which parts of the overall global war effort, because it was a world war.
He wanted them to starve to death. He said in his own words he hates Indians.
Did he say he wanted them to starve to death, or did he say that
after being informed of that they were starving to death, he just said, I hate Indians, and they are beastly people with a beastly religion. What do you think? Can't you read between the lines there that he might have just wanted this to happen? That starvation has historically been.
Oh, and if we want to draw another comparison, what the fucking human pet guy is saying, which is, by the way, there are a lot of people in England who will defend this. What he's saying right now, Churchill to a lot of British people is like Roosevelt here, and in that, like, you can't criticize them without a lot of people stepping out with the whole he beat the Nazis thing. So there will be people who are like, oh, well, Churchill had no choice to do this. But it's worth pointing out that what he's doing is exactly the same thing that Holocaust deniers do to defend their guys. Because what they will often say is, whoa, hold on, all the wait, hold on, the Holocaust didn't happen, all the anti-Semitism shit, that's a coincidence, okay? What really happened is that they were put into work camps and they starved when Allied forces bombed the train yards, preventing food from getting to the Jewish prisoners, you know? So, but they're like, oh, well, you know, it's exactly the same thing, where they have, like, an act of deliberate genocide, and then they'll write it off as saying, like, well, okay, well, actually, this is just, like, a byproduct of a broader conflict. And in fact, if anything, it's the other guy's fault, you know? Same behavior.
Been used time and time again as a colonial tool to keep a population in check.
That cunning genius, Winston Churchill, his ability to not only start a massive global war, but also manipulate.
Well, yeah, this isn't the first time that this isn't even the first time that the Crown has used that tactic. You don't think that the famine in Ireland was used to keep people in check? It was.
That's one of the things that that I don't get. If Holocaust deniers don't believe the Holocaust happened, what do they even like about Hitler? Most Holocaust deniers know that the Holocaust happened, like that fact, and play defense with knowing disingenuousness. Most of them are fully aware of the fact that they are lying and play into it anyway, because it's a lot like denying the Holocaust is difficult, but it's a lot easier than defending the Holocaust. Like that's not a game they want to play. At least a lot of them don't. However, there are some Holocaust deniers who genuinely do deny the Holocaust, and that's usually because it's just another layer to the conspiracy for them. Like, they'll argue that the myth of the Holocaust was something that Jews came up with to, like, bait sympathy or whatever, and then they're like, well, the Holocaust didn't happen, but it should have, and then it's like another layer to add on top, basically, which is completely insane. They're basically doing the same thing.
It was the same shit.
Was massively overpopulated at the time.
No, it's not.
You know,
No,
Ireland
Ireland's
isn't
population
unpopulated.
has not
Ireland is
still-
underpopulated right now. There can be millions more people here without getting
Well,
to
there
that
really can't,
concern.
because the last time there were that many people, there was a famine.
Because they were exporting food, you fucking idiot. How are you
Doesn't
this
that-
dumb? How? What happened to you?
Have you considered perhaps that there is a limit to how many people Ireland can sustain with its natural resources, and maybe going beyond that?
Well, yeah,
limit
maybe they
means
shouldn't
there will
export
be enough
food.
to resume
Maybe they
traffic?
shouldn't export food.
Ireland was absolutely not overpopulated during the Irish potato famine, not even remotely. There was a blight that afflicted a large portion of their crops, and the British, who of course controlled Ireland, forced them to continue exporting their food and did not bring them in new food. It was a deliberate genocide. There is no ambiguity in historical circles. The Irish were dying en masse and begging for food, and the British did not care. They thought it was funny. Yeah. In fact, we can take a look at, hold on. Ireland population chart. Now, you have to squint a little bit, but you might notice a slight dip. A slight, just a little change. Here, we can get it with the x-axis still present. Yep, there we go. So they were up to here, and then the population went from 6.5 million all the way here. And you know what? This right here still hasn't recovered. All the way to 2019. Ireland right now has 5.03 people. That's Ireland, the country. Northern Ireland is 1.8. They are only just now between Northern and the and the country of Ireland, reaching the population the island had 190 years ago. There were also a lot of Irish immigrants to the U.S. during the famine. Yeah, a lot of the people didn't just die, they left because they were dying. Oh, that's right. Yeah. During the Great Famine in Ireland, Ottoman Sultan Abdul Majid, sorry, donated some amount of money to famine relief. A letter written by Irish notables in the Ottoman archives explicitly thanks the Sultan for his help. According to legend, that's always a reliable way to start a sentence, the Sultan had originally intended to send £10,000, which would have been 10 times the amount he was able to send, but either British diplomats or his own ministers requested the Sultan only send £1,000 so as not to violate protocol by donating more than Queen Victoria, who had sent £2,000. He is also said to have sent 3 or 5 ships full of food. Shipping records relating to the port appear to have not survived. Yeah, it's far enough back, it's kind of... Yeah, even the American Cherokee sent food, yeah. Is there any genocide that has been made up or embellished? What a weird question to ask. There have been so many genocides throughout history. Historical records are going to vary off of the mark all the time because we can't know exactly what's happening. Generally speaking, the historical community tends to be pretty responsible when it comes to estimating stuff like this because the historical community is, generally speaking, full of dullards with big, thick-framed glasses who are really interested in stuff like historical records and cross-referencing. Obviously, shit gets exaggerated by, like, random people all the time, you know? Like, I'm sure that right now there's some kid in Serbia who's screaming that, like, Armenians killed 100 billion Serbs back when they were the ruling ethnicity of the world or something, like, you know, and vice versa. So, like, yeah, sure. But in terms of, like, institutionally, are there any, like, genocides that are completely overstated? Not one that I can really think of. Albanians, whatever.
Food from the colony, huh? During a famine.
Maybe Malthus had a point.
Maybe
you're
just a Nazi.
No, I'm not.
You're right, you're worse.
He kind of is.
I'm saying that you can't increase the population indefinitely and then never have a resource problem.
So again, we can use this for some rhetorical stuff. Notice how he never discusses the specifics of any incident and refers back to generalized arguments. So the idea that Ireland was overpopulated is ridiculous. And no, like at the time, nobody argues that because what caused the famine wasn't overpopulation. It was a plague through the crops. Like, what does that have to do with overpopulation? You can be sensibly populated, and if all of your crop fucking rots and dies, then that will still cause a famine. Like, there's no relationship between these factors. You can have a sensibly populated nation and still have a famine if all your food dries up. So, like, he's just deferring back to this because he doesn't really care, you know? Have you noticed these guys just flat out ignore the concept of artificial/imposed scarcity? Well, it's not really about like the broader concepts. He's just like a simp for power, right? It's the peasant brain mentality. You know, would the world only be so much better if it was ruled by enlightened geniuses like myself? And wouldn't I have the ability to do so were I only a monarch? So that is the system I will defend. And yes, even if a country was overpopulated, that wouldn't justify any of the genocidal policies the British took with the Irish people or the Indian people. Can you believe this has been like the entire stream? How many people are here? It's been so long since we've done this. 7K people? God damn.
Unless the population...
They didn't have a resource problem. The resource problem was maybe the parasite of the crown stealing from them.
Again, when we say stealing, do we mean buying the grain on the free market by outbidding the other purchasers and then sending it overseas?
No.
Or was this for...
Also, by the way, even if okay, so I'm going to entertain this hypothetical really quickly, all right? As was the case for both India and Ireland, if there is a colonial power that controls your country, that means you do not have democratic representation, and the colonial power controls and it communes with your wealthy. So even if everything is done on the free market, here's the thing, guys. If that country was controlled democratically and their bourgeoisie were trying to sell off grain during a time of famine, do you know what a democratically controlled country could do? Hang them in the courtyard in front of the parliament building and have new people manage the shipment of grain. And in fact, in a democratic country, if millions of people are starving and a very small economically privileged subsection of your population is contributing to that starvation, there are a wide range of violent and non-violent reprimands a democratic government could arrive at the very least of which being the seizure of their goods. But if you're controlled by a colonial power who doesn't give a shit whether you live or die, that's no longer possible. So it doesn't actually matter, even if you argued it was all being done in the free market, which it wasn't. He's lying. That's not what happened, as we saw with the Indian situation. That is not even remotely the case. But even if it was the case, it would not matter. You guys see what I'm doing here with, like, the water tunnel we're carving out, right? Right.
Forcible seizure. Did Irish farmers have the freedom to sell things where they wanted to?
I think
And they
even
were simply being outbid by the crown?
I think no matter what the answer is, you'll defend it. Because at the end of the
That's
day,
true.
you just think might makes right and genocide is fine as long as it's being done in the name of the crown.
I
Like,
don't
do you
think that's
disagree with that
entirely
point?
fair.
Notice he knows she's right. Because he's asking, like, was it all done under the purview of the free market? But he's getting ready to defend it whether or not she says yes. He even pauses when she says that. He said, oh, I don't think that's entirely fair. Because he knows fully well that he's going to go down that road no matter what she answers with. She's completely right. Like I said, he doesn't actually have... Authoritarians are often like this. They don't actually have any beliefs outside of their defensive power. So, you know, it may feel like you could get them on one point or another, but in reality, that's just so often not the case.
I don't think that's entirely fair, and I think that I've addressed your points about things you think the crown has done that are negative. Would you agree? Would you address my points about things the crown has done which are positive?
I think the millions of people who lost their lives as a result of colonial conquest and genocide can never benefit from any of the good things the crown could have ever possibly done. No.
Also, what have they done that's
I would
good?
think the millions of slaves liberated by the crown.
When did
benefited.
the crown liberate slaves? What are you talking about here?
Are you being serious, or
Am I being serious?
have you not looked up why there's this thing called the Triangle Trade, where slaves were shipped over the Atlantic? Did you look up why that ended?
I love how you just divert because you know you can't defend this. It's horrendous.
I'm saying if you are only going to bring up the people who were negatively impacted.
Negatively impacted, they died. Millions.
Also, thanking the crown for ending slavery would be like thanking slave owners for ending slavery. They did the slavery. They were the trade. Like what? Like, oh, thank you for not doing the triangle trade anymore. That's very nice of you. Also, was it a royal decree or was it parliament? Hold on. Slavery ban UK. The 1807 abolition of the slave trade from the UK Parliament. Then what does this have to do? King George III signed it into law because that's what the king did with stuff passed by Parliament. They even paid the slave owners after too. Jesus. It's also keep in mind the human pet guy would like be defending slavery in the context of like because like why is he taking credit for slavery being ended when he doesn't think slavery is a bad thing? Like he's done this same shit with the Bengal famine. He would just say like, "Oh, well, slavery is how you move society forward. It's brutal, but that was the process for..." Like he would do the exact same thing to defend slavery as he did for defending genocide. So there's no... How tall can kelp blocks grow? 25 tall, right? I don't know if I want this to go 25 tall. That's quite deep.
Yes, that was a negative impact for them. But I'm saying you also have to take into account the positive impacts.
1 million people in Ireland, 3 million people in Bengal, as a result of the crown.
11, 12, 13, 14.
As a result of resources being limited
Nice,
and the
Iron
crown
Range.
being the highest bidder.
Resources weren't limited.
Resources are always limited.
There weren't too many people. Like, I know the population of Ireland at that time, and no, this island could sustain
It was way higher than its current.
I know
Clearly
it was.
couldn't.
Yes, I know.
Clearly it couldn't. Clearly
It
couldn't
could if
sustain
you
it.
weren't exporting food during a famine. How do you keep forgetting this point that they were taking resources? The island could sustain itself.
Were they taking resources? or
Okay,
were they buying them? Were they
the
outbidding
crown
them?
made them starve. They saw they were starving and they said they didn't care because starvation is used as a tool of colonial conquest, which you are okay with. You're fine with genocide. You're fine with people starving to death as long as it's in the name of crown country and the nation's glory. I know what you believe in.
I mean, I would be opposed to things like the Holodomor because I.
Well, the
generally don't like
Holodomor is
communists.
basically what happened in Ireland.
Well, no, because that.
Yeah, so the only reason he doesn't like the Holodomor is because it's Soviet. That's it. Because he's defended every single, like, he has already issued every single defense that Holodomor defenders issue. Literally every single one. Oh, it was a necessity in order to transport, like, resources, and there was no other way. Oh, like, how can you actually say that, like, this was being done unfairly when it was just, like, grain being taken from this area? Oh, how can you have an issue with, like, the distribution of this? Like, every single defense that I've heard people use for the Holodomor, he's already done. It's just because they're red-coded. That's it. He doesn't like North Korea or the Soviet Union or China or whatever, not because there's anything meaningfully evil he sees in their governance, but because it's coded red. It's coded egalitarian, which he doesn't care for. Thanks, okay.
That was forcibly taken. It wasn't purchased.
Are you a fucking retard? Jesus Christ.
Well, that's rather ableist, Cathals.
I am ableist. I am
Based.
ableist against people like you. I don't even think that you're human.
True.
Rude. Okay, so Mr. Fleckington saying the result was the same. The result is going to be
No,
the same for
yes.
someone. What do you do when there aren't enough resources to go around? When you have more hungry people than you have food to feed them with?
Okay, this is Rhetoric 101 that I'm teaching you guys right now, okay? This is like a very important lesson. If you're talking to somebody who's defending monstrous bullshit, but every time you try to call them on it, they go back to this, like, haughty, all right, time to enter, like, the classroom, time for a lesson on Civics 101. Oh, you don't like me defending millions of people being killed due to the callousness and genocidal intent of the British Crown? Well, all right, class, listen up. How exactly do you manage distribution of resources in times of scarcity? Like, if ever you have to deal with a person like that, they are filibustering. They're doing it on purpose because they don't want to answer to what they've actually said. Ask them for specifics. Always. Always, always, always. You have to hold them down to it. You have to say, no. I want to know exactly why this, that, the other. And you have to get them to answer to that. Of course, you know, very often they won't, or they'll get offended, or they'll accuse you of sort of like bowling over them in the argument or whatever. But it's just whining. You have to keep it up. You also have to call them a retard. Well, of course, but that goes without saying, doesn't it? Heal the Iron Golem. Can you heal it by putting iron on the Iron Golem? I haven't done that before. Is that possible? Yes? Oh, okay. Well, I have iron. Come here, my dude. I will heal you. Nice. Strong. Strong. Very good.
Someone is going to go hungry.
There
do you decide
was
who?
enough food in Ireland to sustain the population.
Oh, this is another good rhetorical question to ask. if the food just has to go somewhere and there aren't enough resources, why is it that it's always the colonized country who gets the shit end of the stick? Like, if you're arguing this is all fair and above board and such, why is it that, you know, India or Ireland is the one where they have these big genocides and not England? Why is it that, for some reason, you know, if all this is being done freely and fairly, why is it that they're the ones who get to come away from it being able to eat? Slavery persisted for decades longer than the Brits ended slavery on purpose. Oh, yeah, on paper, yeah, of course. Guys, over a century after the Brits ended slavery, they were killing millions in the Bengal famine. You know, that certainly didn't end things there. I'm just saying that this human pet guy would, like, explicitly defend slavery if he had to. Which, like, I'm pretty sure, like, you know, if Keffel's just asked, if Keffel's just straight up said, like, oh, well, you know, why would I thank the British Crown for ending slavery if they were the ones doing the slavery? He would, without missing a beat, start talking about how they had no choice but to do the slavery at the time, and that's just the way nations work, and you need to grow up. How explain to me, how exactly can the light of civilization spread if you're so... Yeah, they basically exempted slavery in India, you know. If you're willing to condemn... Remember earlier when he, like, scoffed at the idea that most governments throughout history have been authoritarian? Like, that's the kind of person we're dealing with here.
Ireland's economy was designed as a food exporter. That's the thing. There are food exporters and there are food importers in the world. Unless every place in the world is going to devote itself entirely to producing food, in which case we go back to having a medieval economy, there would have to be food importers.
This isn't a good faith debate. You're either a troll or you are literally the dumbest person I've ever talked to.
You seem to think that there is no such thing as a resource shortage, and I genuinely don't know how to explain to you that
there was a resource. Okay, let me sum it up. There was a resource shortage because people were starving, and during the time people were starving, farms were still exporting food out of the country. You fucking idiot! They were exporting it to England because that was what the Crown wanted.
The famine wasn't just in Ireland, was it?
It was the Irish potato famine, and it was from a disease that infected the Irish crop. So...
The famine was not just in Ireland. The starvation was just in Ireland, but the famine wasn't.
It was over. Ireland was more dependent on potato crops than other areas that were affected. This is why we call it the Irish potato famine, not like the greater European potato famine. And also, interestingly enough, you know, in spite there being food shortages broadly caused by it, it was the people actually growing the food who starved to death. Isn't that interesting? Isn't it just so crazy how so often, you know, when it comes to colonial powers, whenever there's a general shortage or a general problem, it's always the colonized people who die by the millions. Absolutely wacky.
Why? I wonder why.
Ireland were a net exporter of food well before this. There were other economies around the place that had grown to dependent on food imports. I mean, technically, Keffels, if we took any food import area, like cities are net food importers. If we just built a wall around cities and didn't let food in, the cities would starve. They aren't producing food of their own.
The famine was just the famine. The famine was just in Ireland.
They also stole livestock. Yeah, there's so much to this. The evil is real. You remember what I've said before about the concept of informed simplicity? Like, everything in this debate has been an example of this, where he has tried to invoke the specter of nuance and complexity. Oh, the world just works this way. Oh, it's complicated, this, that, the other. But then if you look into it or know anything at all about it, it's like actually incredibly simple. That's been like the nature of this this debate the whole time. No.
The famine was just in Ireland. The blight wasn't. The blight had affected a lot of other countries.
The famine was just in... Okay, so you just admit it. What is wrong with you?
What is wrong with?
What is wrong
What
with
do you
you?
think happens if Ireland stops exporting food? What do you think
They have
happens to
enough.
all
Then
those-
they. Oh, what happens if they stop exporting food during a famine? Then they
What
can
do you
feed.
think happened to the
Then they
food
can think.
exports?
Then they
Did the
can feed
food
their
just
own
get
people.
shipped out into the sea and then thrown overboard, or did the food go somewhere and be eaten by people?
If they didn't export it, it could have been used
What?
to feed people during a famine.
It could have been used to feed the people in Ireland. Where do you think that food ended up?
It ended up getting exported to England.
And certain other countries as well, and then eaten. Someone was going to. So when the food production goes down, someone ends up not eating it. Your argument seems to be that the food producers.
Do
should be
you-
the ones-
are
Isn't there an Umberto Eco quote about this, about how fascists know they're lying but they don't care? Yeah, no, well, yeah, of course. The belief that it is wrong to lie is like not a universal one. Fascists lie gleefully all the time because all they care about is power. I don't know if that's necessarily. I still don't think fascism is the descriptor here. I think this is like paradox brain. Like anything that is like the Civ tech tree, that in his mind, like it's morally justifiable, and he'll say anything. But I don't know if he thinks he's lying. It's really tough. He could just genuinely be like very unintelligent. It's kind of hard to say. I don't know.
Are you into having human pets so you can have someone who doesn't question you? Because I feel like there's no way
My
another
point,
person would want to
Keffels,
talk to you.
My point, Keffels, is that if you had shut down the imports, someone else would have gone hungry. If you'd shut down the exports, someone else would have gone hungry. There was.
This is not true. If there is a general lack of food available, there are tons of things a responsible government can do in order to keep everyone alive. Usually by making sure there's a fair distribution of grain and resources, by implementing rations, by trying to like control what types of foods and crop are produced so that it leans more towards like less like meat production and more towards grain production, stockpiling, not selling to other countries, like all that crap, right? And the British government did none of these things because they didn't care, because they thought that the Irish were subhuman, and it was funny to them that they were dying. That's it, you know? Like the idea that it's just like, oh well, what were you going to do? Like there was stuff to do. Nobody in England was under threat of starvation.
Less food being produced than there was previously. Suddenly, population exceeded units of food produced.
England wasn't
And the
facing a
highest-
food shortage.
No, because it was importing food from Ireland because it could outbid Ireland. Your argument seems to be that
Ireland
food
was
should-
producing the food, you fucking idiot.
Yes! If that food hadn't been exported, it would have been the English famine.
It would. That is a lie. That's
That's
just
not
not true.
true.
Yeah.
Why?
It
Okay,
stole
we have-
they stole the food.
Hypothetical scenario. You have 50 people. They order 50 pizzas. Only one of the pizza delivery vehicles gets waylaid. and
Why
so
do
only
I care?
49 pizzas arrive. Someone isn't getting the pizza. How do you decide who that person
What do you
is
like
going
to do
be?
to your human pets?
I don't think these are
And
real
now
source
he's
blocks,
changing the
guys.
question.
What do you like to do to your human pets?
Now, okay, you've accused me.
What
of
do you
diverting.
like to
Now
do
you've
to your
diverted.
human pets?
I would like you to acknowledge.
What do
the
you like to
scenario.
do to your human pets?
We've discussed that. I
What do
don't
you
have
like
one.
to do to your human pets?
A temporary sheet of source blocks underneath. Okay.
Why is this?
What do you
rebuttal,
like to do to
Jeff?
your human pets?
Is she still there? or
What do
is she
you like to
tape
do
recorder
to your
with her
human
voice?
pets?
Oops.
I like to encourage them to consider the nature of limited resources.
What do you like to
in a
do to your
global
human
economy.
pets?
I think I
What
may
do
have
you like to
broken her
do to them?
brain.
I'm asking a question you can't answer.
I'm saying it's damned irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. What do you like to do to your human pets?
I want to point out that I
Okay, you
don't
know
think
what?
it's
Stay on
irrelevant
the
either.
left. I don't think the right has much use for you.
Thank you.
Is he a breeder? I don't think this guy's getting laid, so probably not, no.
I couldn't even focus on Satisfactory. I just ended up driving my car around in circles trying to figure out what was going on.
Wait, she's been playing Satisfactory? I don't know what that game looks like. You need to go back to water physics school? What do you want from me? I don't know. I'm just gonna build it all on the top. And then... Oh, the video ended. Oh my god. Well, that was interesting. Well, I'd say we learned a lot of valuable stuff. Keffels could have done better with the argument. No. Like, Keffels is talking to a clown. You know, he's not going to be convincing to, like, anyone. I don't expect Keffels or anyone to be like, oh, let's do this, like, giant thing and, like, the logistics of the Bengal famine while talking to, like, such a cartoonishly, you know, what a disgusting person. Yeah. He's basically a lolcow. Like, people mostly make fun of him. He's got a know your meme page. Okay, let's just... Okay. Now, if I get rid of these blocks underneath, it should all be fine down there, right? So, will it flow down like, are all the blocks underneath now also source blocks, or are they downward current blocks? Because I think You need kelp? Okay, gotcha. So it's basically a death trap if I swim down there right now, is what you're saying. No, you can still swim up? Okay. Well, let's just finish this up. You know, it would be very unsatisfying for me personally to drop this right now. How are you going to make it to the collection part? I have no idea what you're talking about. I talked about Naomi Wu last stream. Fruit Fourths. Did that count as a politics segment? Kind of. I mean, it was mostly like a lolcow segment, I feel. Okay, I can still swim. Alright, nice. It's so fucking spooky and dark down here, man. What the fuck? Oh my god. Why is it so spooky here? Needs to reach the surface. Okay, we're working on it. We're working on it. Yeah, we'll build an access point. We'll do this stuff. We'll do this stuff. We'll do it. Don't worry. Okay, we're just testing. We're getting started. It's fine. It's fine. All right. That's enough of that shit. I did not think that would go on for that long. But man, stream kind of flew by. Jesus. Those debate go-overs. I regret my bad advice. Yeah. You need sea lanterns or maybe frog lights. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Is that the end of stream? It's been 4 hours. Let me read donos. Yeah, kind of a little relaxing. You guys were really pissing me off at the beginning of stream, though. So frankly, I think I earned it. Ben Temple, Thalon, Kropotkin's Loaf, and Diesel Baby. Thanks to tier 1 subs all. Yeah, you can't. Ben Temple, YouTube doesn't like that word. They don't like that word at all. Nananchi and Arska Karva, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Nananchi. Cleaver120, thank you likewise. Vosh looking cute, thanks to 420. Really appreciate that. Epifloyd, thanks to tier 1 sub. Welcome back to the White Name Club. Bakoven, thank you for the $2. Zilexu, thank you for the very kind tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Appalachian Anarchist, thank you for the $10. Turned 31 yesterday. Took a vacation day, now chilling with a bottle of red wine watching Voosh. No berserk question today. Congratulations on your birthday. I'm almost there myself. Did I say White Name Club? Orange Name Club. MrBeast segment, please. Well, people, the whole thing just, okay. We're going to do the Elon Musk thing. All right? We're going to do it really quick like. But I'm hitting the ad button first because I forgot and I'm taking it out on you. Huh. Well, guys, I'm really sorry. I wanted to do a segment on how Elon Musk, after having proposed an end to the blocking feature on Twitter, got made fun of by basically everyone across the political spectrum, and in response, he very loudly and publicly blocked some conservatives, including Cat Turd, which, as I understood it, Elon Musk only bought Twitter to appease Cat Turd, so I'm not entirely sure how that developed. He's having a bit of a meltdown, but there's a more interesting Elon Musk bit here from the New Yorker where I don't have a subscription. This just dropped. A lot of people are talking about it. Elon Musk's shadow rule, how the U.S. government came to rely on the tech billionaire and is now struggling to rein him in. Even if I did have access to this, given this is a New Yorker article, it would be so long I would probably not be able to read all of it on stream. There are a couple of quotes that are being posted by Mehdi Hassan, though, that I'd like to take a look at. Just a moment. He's promoting it heavily, which is good. I think Mehdi Hassan generally has pretty agreeable positions, you know? Just a moment. Here we go. One Pentagon spokesman said he was keeping Musk apprised of my inquiries about his role in Ukraine and would grant an interview with an official about the matter only with Musk's permission. We talk to you if Elon wants us to, he told me. The article is about how the government has come to rely on Elon Musk. In Starlink, it seems, being a large part of it, but for other reasons as well, leading to, dependence on a billionaire, which has probably done a lot to Mehdi Hassan posts so often, it's going to be pretty difficult to find the block of tweets that he did on this specific subject. There is only one thing worse than a government monopoly, and that is a private monopoly that the government is dependent upon, Bridenstine said. I do worry that we have put all of our eggs in one basket, and it's the SpaceX basket. Justine wrote that their relationship eventually buckled under the weight of Musk's obsession with work and his controlling tendencies, which began with him insisting, as they danced at their wedding, quote, I am the alpha in this relationship. I remember that. That's his ex-wife, yeah, where he was telling his wife that he is the alpha. Truly fantastic stuff. God damn, I need to read the whole thing. If you don't have time to read the excellent New Yorker piece on Musk, here's the cliff notes. Elon cut off Starlink during a battle because he was afraid of hurting Russian troops and wanted to placate Putin, whom he very much admires and wants to help. He's a traitor. Yeah, we kind of knew that to an extent. I wonder how severe, like, the behind-the-scenes details are. Thank you. Initially, Musk showed unreserved support for the Ukrainian cause, responding encouragingly as Mikhailo Fedorov, the Ukrainian Minister for Digital Transformation, tweeted pictures of equipment in the field. But as the war ground on, SpaceX began to balk at the cost. We are not in a position to further donate terminals to Ukraine or fund the existing terminals for an indefinite period of time, SpaceX's director of government sales told the Pentagon in a letter last September. CNBC recently valued SpaceX at nearly $150 billion. Forbes estimated Musk's personal net worth at $220 billion, making him the world's richest man. Musk was growing increasingly uneasy with the fact that his tech was being used for warfare. That month, at a conference in Aspen attended by business and political figures, Musk even appeared to express support for Vladimir Putin. Quote, he was on stage and he said, "We should be negotiating. Putin wants peace. We should be negotiating peace with Putin." Reid Hoffman, who helped start PayPal with Musk, recalled. Musk seemed, he said, to have, quote, bought what Putin was selling, hook, line, and sinker. Do you guys remember when Musk was tweeting about how Ukraine should seek peace with Putin, and he referred to Ukraine as Lenin's mistake, something that he would never have said on his own and 100% was just repeating from a propaganda piece that he'd gotten from Russia to sound smart? Probably not even smart enough to realize that it just made him sound like a Russian stooge, because no non-Russian would ever refer to Ukraine as Lenin's mistake. Oh, Khrushchev's mistake. Lenin also did a thing, but Khrushchev's mistake, yeah. No non-Russian would ever say that for any reason. Literally, no non-Russian, no Westerner would ever say Khrushchev's mistake, just offhandedly, you know? Why doesn't the government simply take SpaceX, Starlink, and Twitter from Musk? Well, that's the thing. And this is the issue here, guys. You know, this is what happens when you rely on corporations, man. Most corporations function mostly sanely. Not all the time, of course, but for instance, we rely very heavily on Raytheon, on Boeing, you know, on our defense companies. And not to say those companies aren't staffed by psychos, I'm sure they are, but they function more or less as expected. Elon Musk, however, is a psycho and an idiot. And as a product of this, he is not a reliable corporate, vehicle. He's not a good channel of our interests. And as a product of that, he has shifted not only into being like oppositional, but also to being a national security threat, you know? A week later, Musk tweeted a proposal for his own peace plans, which called for new referendums to redraw the borders of Ukraine and granted Russia control of Crimea, the semi-autonomous peninsula recognized by most nations, including the U.S., as Ukrainian territory. In later tweets, Musk portrayed as inevitable an outcome favoring Russia and attached maps highlighting East Ukrainian territories, some of which, he argued, prefer Russia. Not true. Musk also polled his Twitter followers about the plan. Millions responded, with about 60% rejecting the proposal. Zelensky, Ukraine's president, tweeted his own poll, asking users whether they preferred the Elon Musk who supported Ukraine or the one who now seemed to back Russia. The former one, though Zelensky's poll had a small turnout, Musk has more than 20 times as many followers. Yes, of course. Though recently an expose found that many of Musk's followers are bots, which of course they are, obviously. He's a insecure, image-obsessed lunatic who completely controls the platform. Obviously he would bot his own followers. He can do so effortlessly. By then, Musk's sympathies appeared to be manifesting on the battlefield. One day, Ukrainian forces advancing into contested areas in the south found themselves suddenly unable to communicate. We were very close to the front line, Mykola, the Signal Corps soldier, told me. We crossed this border and Starlink stopped working. The consequences were immediate. Communications became dead, units were isolated. When you're on offense, especially for commanders, you need a constant stream of information from battalions. Commanders had to drive to the battlefield to be in radio range, risking themselves, Mykola said. It was chaos. Ukrainian expats who had raised funds for the Starlink units began receiving frantic calls. The tech executive recalls a Ukrainian military official telling him, "We need Elon now." "How now?" he replied. "Like fucking now," the official said. "People are dying." Another Ukrainian involved told me that he was, quote, awoken by a dozen calls saying they'd lost connectivity and had to retreat, end quote. The Financial Times reported the outages affected units in Kherson, Zaporizhia, Kharkiv, Donetsk, and Luhansk. American and Ukrainian officials told me they believed SpaceX had cut the connectivity via geofencing, cordoning off areas of access. The senior defense official said, quote, "We had a whole series of meetings internal to the department to try to figure out what we could do about this. Musk's singular role presented unfamiliar challenges, as did the government's role as intermediary. It wasn't like we could hold him in breach of contract or something," the official continued. "The Pentagon would need to reach a contractual arrangement with SpaceX so that at the very least, Musk, quote, couldn't wake up one morning and just decide like he didn't want to do this anymore." Cal added, "It was kind of a way for us to lock in services across Ukraine. It could at least prevent Musk from turning off the switch altogether." Typically, such a negotiation would be handled by the Pentagon's acquisitions department, but Musk had become more than just a vendor like Boeing, Lockheed, or other defense industry behemoths. On the phone with Musk from Paris, call was deferential. According to unclassified talking points for the call, he thanked Musk for his efforts in Ukraine, acknowledged the steep costs he'd incurred, and pleaded for even a few weeks to devise a contract. "If you cut this off, it doesn't end the war," Call recalled telling Musk. Isn't it sickening to see members of our government pleading with Musk? Of all the undeserving pieces of shit to have that kind of power. Keep in mind that a lot of this is probably for the same reason that people bought into Musk to begin with, or why people bought NFTs or whatever. They buy into the hype. A lot of people see Musk and SpaceX as this like non-governmental vehicle for very specific satellite technology. And they're like, "Oh shit, yeah, cool. Tony Stark, whoa." They buy into the same hype as anyone, you know? But now they're in a position where they rely on him for some stuff, and they know that he's an egotistical lunatic, so they have to directly appeal to him rather than like if the U.S. government wanted to deal with Boeing or Lockheed or whatever, they wouldn't be talking with the owner of Lockheed. The Pentagon doesn't call the owner of Lockheed and go like, "Hey, can we like work something out?" Lockheed is a giant company with huge bureaucratic networks of people that they would work with. They have contacts, direct liaisons that they would negotiate and work through. It wouldn't be about a cult of personality. It wouldn't be about appeasing one guy. But with Elon, it is one guy. They don't deal with SpaceX. They deal with Elon. If they want to like get SpaceX, they have to deal with Elon. Musk wasn't immediately convinced. Quote, "My inference was that he was getting nervous that Starlink's involvement was increasingly seen in Russia as enabling the Ukrainian war effort." It is. It is. That's what you're doing. When you provide Starlink to allow Ukrainians to communicate on the front lines, that is what you're doing. You are enabling the Ukrainian war effort, and it's good. It's good that you do that. And was looking for a way to placate Russian concerns. Why? That's an interesting question. Why? Russia's economy is tiny. Their exports are all raw resources. Why would Musk, the guy who controls Twitter, Tesla, sort of, and SpaceX, the boring company, whatever, why would he give a shit about the approval of the Kremlin? Well, my argument is that fascism is international. That Musk, being stupid and easily susceptible, has been sort of groomed into a set of ideologies that allow him to feel like he's a big special boy. Like pro-democracy advocates will not suck Elon off for being pro-democracy, but fascists will suck Elon off for being fascist. And because he's insecure, just like Trump, he will gravitate towards the ideology that has the most room for a lunatic spokesperson, for a cult of personality, which is what he wants to be at the center of. To the dismay of Pentagon officials, Musk volunteered that he had spoken with Putin personally. Another individual told me Musk had made the same assertion in the weeks before he tweeted his pro-Russia peace plan, and had said that his consultations with the Kremlin were regular. Musk later denied having spoken with Putin about Ukraine. Yeah, he realized this was optically bad and backpedaled, but he was lying. On the phone, Musk said that he was looking at his laptop and could see, quote, the entire war unfolding through a map of Starlink activity. That's great. That's great, dude. I love this 40 IQ fucking troglodyte having access to a fucking geostat network that shows the entire, like, current battle lines and communication lines in Ukraine. You realize that from SpaceX, he could literally see and give away the positions of commanding officers, right? Like, he has access to the lines and to the mapped lines of every line of communication using Starlink. He could literally just, like, provide coordinates. He knows more about Ukrainians, like, line of communications and positions than the Ukrainian officers would. He would have access to faster information than them. Quote, this was like 3 minutes before he said, well, I had this great... If it later comes out that Elon supplied information to the Russian military, it would not surprise me. If it was found out at some point, like, oh yeah, with the Starlink satellite network gives him access to this information, and he like tried to like show it off to Russians or whatever, like or give them info, treason, it wouldn't even be treason. America's not at war with Russia. It wouldn't be treason. Legally, it's not treason. It is a threat to national security, but it is not treason. American citizens are just as legally allowed to go and help Russia as they are to go and help Ukraine. Prison for being a goofball? I do think he could go to jail. Death penalty for being a goofball. Yeah. Espionage, though? It really depends. That would have to be argued in court. Make being cringe illegal and lock him up. After a 15-minute call, Musk agreed to give the Pentagon more time. He also, after public blowback and with evident annoyance, walked back his threats to cut off service. Quote, the hell with it, he tweeted. Even though Starlink is still losing money and other companies are getting billions of taxpayer dollars, we'll just keep funding the Ukrainian government for free. This June, the Department of Defense announced that it had reached a deal with SpaceX. What a fucking baby. Imagine whining about this publicly. Jesus Christ. The meddling of oligarchs and other moneyed interests in the fate of nations is not new. During the First World War, J.P. Morgan lent vast sums to the Allied powers. Afterward, John D. Rockefeller Jr. poured money into the fledgling League of Nations. The investor George Soros's Open Society Foundations underwrote civil society reform in post-Soviet Europe, and the casino mogul Sheldon Adelson funded right-wing media in Israel as part of his support for Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh, fun point on this, by the way. This one guy single-handedly shifted Israel like 5 to 6 points fascist. Like, his promotion of his like right-wing newspaper literally like just made Israel significantly worse. He had the money to do it. Like, it would be the equivalent of like us knowing that Biden was about to win 52 to 48, and then like you wake up one day and Trump won by like 58-42 or something. Like just some insane like, oh yeah, well, one billionaire, didn't like democracy, so, he just completely funded. How can one person get that much power? Capitalism. The overaccumulation of wealth in a system where wealth allows you to buy political influence. Which billionaires like democracy? Very few of them. But Musk's influence is more brazen and expansive. There's little precedent for civilians becoming the arbiter of a war between nations in such a granular way, or for the degree of dependency the U.S. now has on Musk in a variety of fields, from the future of energy and transportation to the exploration of space. It's fucking pathetic, dude. We defunded NASA, and now we have this lunatic fucking Afrikaner fascist with a personality disorder that we have to rely on First of all, he offers nothing in the future of energy, so shut the fuck up, okay? You guys realize that with the U.S. government funding that it is capable of, like, we could supplant everything Musk does in no time at all. Energy, transportation, and exploration of space, put federal funding towards better batteries and better electric vehicles and better, like, fucking rockets, and we will, with less money and less time, do more than he ever could. But we defunded NASA. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. We have to rely on him now. SpaceX is currently the sole means by which NASA transports crew from U.S. soil into space, a situation that will persist for at least another year. The government's plan to move the auto industry towards electric cars. No, electric cars are bad. This is a long article. Yeah, I can't read the entire thing, guys. Jesus. So I know what the article is in summary, though, and the article is a list of all the ways that Elon Musk has undue, unchecked, unaccountable power in the U.S. government because he's relied upon after the government programs that would have handled his work have been defunded. How he has inserted himself as a crutch in so many places now, and he's dealt with directly rather than through this, like, broader, bureaucracy that he presides over. Or presides over. What are these fucking cartoons? Okay. I know it's the New Yorker. Whatever. Is there any way out of this? Are we doomed to deal with Musk having this level of influence forever? Well, no, he's not. He's not stable enough to maintain it forever. That's one of the things that benefits us, right? Like, Elon Musk is too stupid, self-centered, egotistical, and insecure to maintain this, like, to be like a shadow operative, you know? Cool. Well, hopefully, to some of the people in the administrative state who, who bristle at having to deal with Elon Musk directly like this, they understand how important it is they not rely on billionaires in the future. Okay, get me out of here. Let's finish these donos. Jesus, so depressing. Platonic Liquid, Matthew Booth, and Cherry Top. Thank you all for the $5. Really appreciate that. China has deflation. Isn't this a good thing? The Chinese people, though? No, deflation is bad. It means that you can't save money. Wait, no, sorry. It means the only thing you want to do is save money. So it discourages economic investment. Ideally, you have the ideal amount of inflation is like 2% annually forever. Not really possible, but that's the ideal amount. Naomi Chance, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Palm Tree Nirvana, thank you for the incredibly kind $20. Thank you. Facetious, thanks for the 2 tier 1 subs. You know we only annoy you out of love, right? Yeah, I know. And I love you all back. Mean Farmer, thank you for the $50. My goodness. I'm sorry chat was being idiots today. I hope you're able to find a good quality chair. Okay, to be clear, thanks to chair being banned from chat and people not mentioning it, my back doesn't hurt right now. I feel like it's a lot like with headaches, where if you feel kind of fidgety and you are reminded of your discomfort, you are continuing to, like, shuffle around and it worsens stuff. But if you forget about it, it often goes away. Yeah, psychosomatic. Why'd you say it? Because stream's almost over, so it's fine now. I've sat comfortably now for a while. Low-key Glamour with the tier 2 sub. New sub here for your Dom energy and smooth voice. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Sachiko Sakuma and Hudson the Gamer, thank you for the $5 both. Any idea what to watch next after finishing The Owl House and really enjoying it? Well, I hope you've watched Gravity Falls. Gravity Falls is one of the best cartoons to come out in the past. No, not even a decade. It's more than 1 decade old now, right? 2 decades. So Gravity Falls is great, of course. Adventure Time varies heavily in quality, but it's usually a good watch. One Over the Garden Wall is good. Star versus the Force of Evil has problems, but you know. Brap Brap Pew Pew with a very kind $20. Any interest in seeing Queens of the Stone Age in their current tour? Saw them over the weekend. They were incredible. Love the stream. Cold Cuts Gang. Cold Cuts Gang. Cold Cuts. Where are they? Oh, Infinity Train is excellent. Thank you. Queens of the Stone Age tour. If they're touring, if they show up in Seattle. All I'm seeing is that they're in Europe. I'm not in Europe. Okay, hold on. Here we go. September. Okay. Sao Paulo, Chicago, Minneapolis, Omaha, Kansas City, Indianapolis, St. Louis, Louisville, Rogers, Oklahoma City, Denver, Salt Lake City, Portland, Seattle. Hey. This is my favorite band. I've never been to like a big proper concert. How much are tickets? $50? That's fine. Okay. All right. Thanks, Brap Brap Pew Pew, for letting me know. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the world. Thank you for the $25 and $5 respectively. I really appreciate that. Congrats on 450K. Thank you. And streaming chair recommendations. The Ass Pounder 4K. Thank you. The classic. I love Mac. He's so gay. And like Mac, I am getting fit, so maybe it fits, you know? Ridiculous. Sean Furcott and Tiger Fox King, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. I'm afraid I don't know about it, Tiger Fox King. And I haven't played the Metal Gear Solid game, Sean Furcott. Maybe it'll happen sometime soon on stream. Marco Moreno, thanks for the $10. No, I don't play modded Minecraft. Thank you, though. Chuck Whiskey, thank you for the $5. How's what Britain did in Asia and North Africa different from what Germany did in World War II? Why do we not consider England worse than World War II Germany? I think the types of evil they engaged in are very, very, very similar. The extent of the evil was much greater in Nazi Germany. Like, the Bengal famine killed about 2 million people over decades and decades of British colonial rule in India. Like, how many millions were killed? 3, 4 in total? I don't know. I'm spitballing. Whereas the Nazis killed tens of millions of people in, like, very little time. You know? Their designs would have involved far more. And the Japanese as well, you know. So it's like a categorical thing. It's the same way that like the racism in the like folksy southern town is the same kind of racism that did slavery, even if, like, you know, there are plenty of people in like Alabama today who, if they were around 150 years ago, would have been defending slavery, and they're racist now. And the racism now isn't that different from the racism then. But obviously it was much more concentrated. The material conditions of the era allowed for a much greater degree of evil at that time. Rainbow and Elk Owl, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Antifa Private, none of your business, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. I wouldn't use AI to help with my creative writing, Antifa Private, but it's not up to me. And none of your business. How did you learn to think critically? I find myself just agreeing with people I like and forming no new ideas. I think this applies to my writing. Critical thinking and learning how to do it properly is like, it takes a lot of time and effort because there's not really a way to like learn it like a skill. It's something, it's like a set of pattern recognition tendencies that you have to develop. But I would say like practice looking at things that you disagree with and trying to understand why you disagree with it. Like, engage with media and with personalities that you don't like or don't think always have a good take, and think, why do I think that's wrong? You know, like fundamentally. Is there like an error of fact? Is there an error of analysis? Is there a fallacy? Like, what here do I take issue with? And if you get better at that, eventually you start to recognize it in people you like. At the end of the day, critical thinking will lead you to disagree with people you generally agree with pretty often, too. I mean, being combative is just kind of part of the process of arriving at a good ideas in a dialectical way, I think. So it can be fun. Metri, thank you for the $5. I am feeling better. Naomi Chance, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Jeff95, thank you for the $5. How do you objectively prove that an action is morally good or bad? You can't. I'm a moral anti-realist. I don't think it's possible. I think that you can intersubjectively determine whether an action is morally good or bad by whether or not it helps to achieve axioms or core values that you have that you've selected somewhat arbitrarily. So if you believe, for instance, that you have a moral preference towards humans being happy, I don't think you can objectively prove that humans being happy is morally good. I think that you have to arbitrarily decide, like, I've chosen to believe that that's a morally preferable thing. And then you can make objective arguments in line with that presupposition. So if you believe that human beings are being happy is morally good, it's pretty easy to make an objective argument for, like, it is morally wrong to run around the street with a giant stick smacking babies up the head. Like, you could say, okay, well, I think this is morally wrong because it pretty clearly violates and goes against this axiomatic belief of mine. And there, you're objective within the axiom, but the axiom itself is still presupposed. That's my belief. Prairie Fire, all men are kings, and thus we are all monarchists. Not a pseudonym, an Appalachian anarchist. Thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. The best way to enjoy Minecraft Vanilla is to make your own personal narrative wherein everything you do is determined by what materials your house biome has. Look, I just like building the little farms. I don't want to build anything automated, though. That, to me, takes away. I would rather just play Dyson Sphere Program again or something. But I do like having the little farms. It's cute and satisfying, little projects. Okay, Comrade Robin Hood, thanks for the Tier 1 sub. The Republic literally never funded the IRA and actively fought against them together with the UK. Yeah, I need to learn more about the IRA and the formation of Northern Ireland, because I actually don't know that much about it. It's a good subject to go over. Dyson Sphere Program fucks. Apparently they've added combat recently. In a recent update. I want them to come out with 1.0. Dyson Sphere Program is one of the only games that I've ever played to completion despite being early access. I generally don't like doing that, but I heard that there was still a satisfying end to things, even in the early access iteration. Tomorrow, Jake. Alice Payne, thank you for the $2. I don't believe so. Maybe. Tuxie87, thank you for the 50 Norwegian krona. I really appreciate that. Facetious, thanks the 5 Tier 1 subs. I like that Chad actually won and got Vosh to play Minecraft, and Chad is so fucking annoying it's trying to grab defeat from the jaws of victory. Credit where credit's due. Once everything got settled and chat got sort of rustled in place, 7K people watching a video game and debate review video stream is actually pretty good, you know? I have, like, ideas of what a good amount of viewers is for anything, you know? Like, a good political stream. If I can hit 7 or 8K, I'm quite happy with that. Some days I've hitting 10K and like, wow, you know, I'm always very happy with that. For video game streams, if I can maintain 2,500, 3,000 towards the end of a video game stream, like after I've been doing it for hours, I consider that quite good. I always expect fewer people to watch the video game streams. Debate streams tend to get less viewers than non-debate streams unless I'm debating a big figure. Debate review streams tend to get slightly less average viewers than the regular politics streams. It's a whole thing. It's, you know, I mean, I've been doing this for nearly 5 years now, so I have a pretty good understanding of, I guess, of what like an expected this, that, the other is. Are you factoring segment viewers into the number of viewers? No, segment viewers are totally, totally different. Hey, SDL, you came in too late, I'm afraid. The number of views that a segment gets don't necessarily correlate to how many they'll get during a stream. Like, totally different. Holmess01, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Sorry you're having a rough day, friend. The Mog Miner, appropriate name given the stream, with the $100 dono and a tier 4 sub. Thank you both. Well, not thank you both. Thank you so much for both of the incredibly kind donations. I really appreciate that. Sorry for the usability fuckfest the thing's turned into. I didn't expect this when adding resource packable blocks or rabbits. Split this between you and Kitty. Wait, did you... Sorry again for the state of Minecraft. I did do the best I could back in 2015, which was to quit. Oh, you worked with Mojang. Oh, well, shit. No wonder if you have so much money to toss at me. I'm sure everyone who worked at Mojang got billions and billions. Thank you. I mean, you could be lying. I don't see why you would, but I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Thank you very, very much for the $240. I will split both of these between myself and my kitties, who get all my money anyway. Thank you very, very much. My goodness. No reason not to believe, right? Chuck Whiskey. Oh, wait, I read that one. Sorry. Still alive. Thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Hey, Vosh, got a random question. Would you say if someone yells every time they're angry, it means they have anger issues, even if the anger is justified? I don't know if that would be anger issues so much as self-control issues. If the anger is justified, I still think there's a lot of value in the temperance and self-control that you need to stay together. Because be angry, like anger, the emotion anger will only ever fuck you over. 100% with zero exemptions, anger will only ever fuck you over. And anger can inform behavior, but you shouldn't let it control behavior. You always have to have like a net of control over it. Because anger is usually a substitution for another feeling. Maybe you feel embittered, or you feel like you were entitled to something you didn't receive, or you've been disrespected in some way, but there's usually an underlying thing. And it's not bad to feel anger, because like I've been angry at people. I get angry at people, right? But you always want to have the self-control to let another set of feelings and beliefs take the handle, right? Like, okay, I am angry, but how should I act? Rather than just letting the anger tell you how to act, you know. Like hungry? Yeah, when you're in a bad mood, like because you're hungry or uncomfortable, you can get pretty ornery. You could go to Vermin or Kanye for verification of that. I think a couple of times in the past week or two, I've snapped at them a little bit because I was uncomfortable in the chair and was unhappy about it. Though I think I made sure to apologize afterwards. You know, it's good to be at least aware of stuff like that, even if it's somewhat unavoidable. Yeah, thank you for the $5. Yeah, for sure, Vermin. I know. Love the double texting video. It's something I need to hear. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you very much. I'm glad it was useful. Sake, thank you for the 8 tier 1 subs. I really appreciate those. Gravity Falls isn't the best animation recently. The Lego Bosch Adventures is. You're behind 2+ episodes now. Yes, Dr. Strange has been in the content mines for a while. I look forward to going over it, and it will be soon, for sure. Can't find one, Alicia. Zesty Fox and Stupid Baby, thank you for the $5 both. Is there a plugin to get custom emotes on YouTube? I'm not sure. I don't know the details. Sorry. What are your opinions on Charles Martinet not being the voice of Mario anymore? If he wants to take a break from it or like retire, that's fine, right? It's not like it's a hard role to fill. A lot of people can do those impressions. It's not like Justin Roiland or whatever, but you know, that's iconic, and I hope he has a wonderful retirement. He is pretty old. Kowalski from Nebraska, thanks the $5. You should check this link out. It's insane. Is it? That's not very informative. Kowalski.
With American companies and their weird side hustles. Like, I was watching the NBA Finals the other day, and they're playing in the Ball Arena. My wife sees it, and she sees the logo, and she's like, is that the Mason Jar people? What are they doing with stadium naming money? Are they, like, secretly also defense contractors or something? And then we have a great riff about how all American Army bases are, like, picnic tables and lawn games and those string fairy lights. Then I Google it. They are absolutely in defense contracting. They were like, hey, we're so good at canned peaches, we should try war. And now they make spy satellites and parts of fighter jets. And you know what they don't make? Fucking jars. They got out of the jar business. And then I went down this crazy rabbit hole. AMF makes bowling alley equipment, and they're like kind of famous for their funny, aggressive animations. They also make nuclear power plants and missile launch systems. Honeywell. home security air conditioning, yeah, they also made the autopilot system that we use to drop the bomb. When they're not busy conditioning your air, they're making hands-free nuking capabilities. And just a couple years ago, John Deere and the Roomba company joined forces to make an automated robot that patrols around military bases. Look, I get it. I've heard of the military-industrial complex before, but I've never Googled it. I didn't realize no matter what you manufacture in this country, at some point the government is going to show up and be like, hey, we loved your work on bowling pins. How would you like to kill? Guys, what is with them?
That's true. React harder. It's a very informationally dense video. It's hard for me to react to it like that. Yeah, no, that's totally true. It's kind of a subset of how like every corporation is just one corporation now. But yeah, defense contracting stuff is heavily subcontracted and involved in. Just militaries just eat up an ungodly amount of money and resourcing. Do you think you could kill someone with a bowling pin? Bowling pins are heavy. You could easily kill somebody with a bowling pin, for sure, 100%. It walks quickly. Thank you for the $20. Going through a hard breakup right now. Thank you for streaming today. Keep up the good work and be well. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I know the breakup is hard right now, but just remember that, you know, God willing, given enough time, it'll all be a fun memory. And you know, you'll be like, ah, remember when I was upset for that while you're plowing your new hot wife in the ass. I remember that time. That it's like when you're like doing something athletic and you feel pretty good, and then you're like, remember that tummy ache I had 6 months ago, and you feel that much stronger for it because of the contrast of what like brought you to that point. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, yeah. Fundamentally human. Very good. Yeah, it can be good to distract yourself with something entertaining, like Minecraft, when you're in that state. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I know the stream was a bit odd today, but you know that's life sometimes, right? Would you accept a defense contract for a 4-minute pro-Ukraine video every week? Well, I do that anyway. Might as well make money for it. Are you ready right away? No, I'm gonna need time, Tempest. Because my back really hurts right now. I'm gonna need time, blah blah blah. But like, it's not gonna be like midnight my time or whatever. Just like later today. My schedule's free otherwise. Yeah. Oh, one last thing before I go, by the way. Look. Doesn't this shirt fit nice? I'm happy with it. Look. I got the 10 Abercrombie and Fitch shirts, and so now I have like a range of you know, like mauve and brown and tan and stuff like that. So yeah, but it's not cream SMH. No, I have a cream version of this shirt, but no, it fits pretty good, which I'm happy with. I wish my camera didn't point down so much, but otherwise you wouldn't be able to see the kitty cats. Can we unban some people? I think one day bans were a bit harsh, and a lot of online chatters were got by the mods. A lot of offline chatters were got by the mods. Appeal to the mods, not me. All right, guys. I love you all very much. You were really annoying me earlier today, you know. I don't feel merciful. Oh, wait, let's free everyone. Like, from the mute, not the... 91 people? Here we go. Welcome back to the world. I will, Tempest. Welcome back to the world. I love you all very much. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll do the MrBeast thing. I'm sorry. I know. I got lost in my Minecraft world, which I'll probably play more of later. I'm going to send you all over to... Weefy B, Adam Plays, Nicosaurus, Willow, Lumiru, Dylan Burns. We've hosted Lumi for a while, if I recall. Let's send you over to Dylan Burns. Also, it seems Dylan Burns is talking about the MrBeast thing. So yeah. Do 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 boom bum 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 bum.